When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000–6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این
شادی کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
47 years we've been bleeding in the dark, under the shadow of the Islamic regime, with a stone-cold heart. They silenced our voices, they turned off our light. 58 days without internet, but we still fought the night. Our children took the streets, they raised their empty hands, and the world looked away. Do you understand? Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have that's all it took. Mothers and fathers and sons, did you even look? We stand with Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, our hope and voice. Millions behind him marching, he is our only choice. He only fights for freedom, democracy and human rights. But you mock him in your chambers while he fights for our lives, to pull us out of this darkness, this century-long night, while you sign deals with our killers and call it diplomatic rights. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? They hang 60, 40 souls one by one, hanged within 4 months by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while Iran answered the call? Do you know Europe? What happened to you, Europe? What made you so cold? What turned your heart to stone while our story went untold? Is oil worth more than blood? Is silence worth shame? Because while you negotiate with murderers, we are dying, calling your name. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here, we are still strong. Do you know Europe? How much longer? How much longer? How long? Do you know Europe?
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگین عشق بی انتهاست. هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار. بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها شیر زنا و دخترامون. بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست. همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما. سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نیست گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست. همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما. سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست. همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما. سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی، منم همون هوادار قدیم.
سید سلام چطوری مردک؟ کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که تش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین. حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا. ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا. ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم. تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک میرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگران تو وطن خدا نسلی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلی ها تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن. رخ رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه، برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه. لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا. ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا. ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا. ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
اگه به این خوشگلی با نو آیده بود اسم این مشخانه رو توش بیاریم، ولی خب لازم بود دیگه. فکر کنم با نو آیده.
جاوید شاه جاوید شاه جاوید شاه
Let's go. میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن. برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی. نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه. برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده. داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن سید علی. راه نجات وطن، پهلوی هموطن. ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران. ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره. آخون باید گم بشه، توپ تانک فشفشه. گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا، بذار بشنوه دنیا. ایرانی داد بزن، شاه تو فریاد بزن. برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو هموطن شاه رضا پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. بلند بگو جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. بلند بگو جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 204 of Iran Revolution Live. And boy, do I have a show for you guys, because I did a Newsmax interview earlier this morning, and I'm going to share that. I recorded my screen, but I also just literally like half an hour ago, and there's a reason I'm wearing like my Iran flag right now and my Make Iran Great Again hat, because this panel, it was for Al Arabiya. I've never been on Al Arabiya before. Arabia, I don't know how it's pronounced. Al Arabiya, maybe. I guess it's like a Saudi news channel, and I was invited to be part of this panel, and I was like, okay, this is going to be like a normal news panel. Guys, this was like the Saudi Arabian version of like Piers Morgan. And you will not believe the kind of nonsense that I had to deal with. So I'm literally there as an Iranian. And not only am I like, defending the Iranian people against the Islamic regime, I'm also defending the United States and Israel against the other two panelists. Like, it was just wild. And the stuff they were saying was literally insane. But I'm trying to load the video, and for some reason, I don't know, StreamYard is malfunctioning. So what I'm going to do, guys, don't panic. I'm going to close my browser, and I'm going to come back. So there's going to be like, dead space for maybe like 10 seconds until I just close my browser and come back. So just indulge me on this, because I want to see if like this will actually fix the problem. Okay, so give me like 10 seconds. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. Okay. Yeah, Rose. I saw that. Okay. Anyways, I'm back, and let's see if this is working now. Let's see if I can load up what I wanted to load up. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's working now. Okay, guys, yeah. I don't know, there was like some issue, like some technical issue there. So I had to like close and reopen my browser, but I didn't want to do it when His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi was speaking. So let me just load up these two videos for you guys, and we're going to get started. I'm going to share these two videos first, and then we're going to get to the breaking news. But guys, like I'm telling you, oh my gosh, like it was crazy. And I have to reset my stage and everything too. So anyways, that's fine. But let me start with this one. So this is my, so I'm going to start with my Newsmax interview, because I also say a lot of really important things here. And of course, you know, Newsmax is like, you know, normal, right? It's like a normal news thing. So, but I say it's important things. But guys, wait until we get to the Al Arabiya one. Arabia. It's like some show called Counterpoint or something. It's my first time being on that show. And initially, when the producers like wanted to book me, they were like, "Oh, we were thinking of like one of the panelists being like Anna Kasparian," and I was like, "Nope, nope." Like the you know, one of the amazing woman. Her name is Leanne. She runs my, like, you know, she monitors my email and she does all of like my media and PR stuff. You know, Leanne also knows. So when Al Arabia was like, "Oh, or is Goldie willing to come on a panel with Anna Kasparian, like Anna Garbage?" It's like, no, there's no way. Like that's just gonna, like, it. If I'm on a panel with, you know, Anna Garbage, it's just gonna be like her just yelling at me the entire time, and just her spouting a bunch of like jihadi garbage nonsense, right? But anyways, like this was just as bad, guys. This was just as bad. Anyways, all right, let me get into this. So I'll start with Newsmax. Full of potential. So this was my Newsmax interview from this morning. All right. Here we go. We'll start from here.
Iran and President Trump saying talks with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz will begin today. That's after he called off a major attack.
Oh, wait, sorry guys. I also forgot to mention, so as always, those of you who are in the live stream chat, let me know where you're tuning in from. And those of you who are part of the rewatch crew, which is what you've called yourselves, let me know in the video comments below, because I always try to read as many video comments as I possibly can. So welcome everyone to day 204. All right, let's just dive right in.
Attack on Iran over the weekend. But Tehran says no talks with the U.S. are taking place. For the very latest, let's head straight to the Middle East correspondent, Jody Cohen, for the latest. Good morning, Jody.
Good morning. President Trump says that negotiations will start afternoon, and that's after he called off a massive planned attack on Iran at the request of US allies. The president has not announced a deadline for the talks, at least not publicly, but he has indicated that the first goal is to make a deal on Hormuz. Trump said he was asked by Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and by Iran itself to hold back on the strikes as a deal could be close. Take a listen.
We were all set to go just about at this time right now, and it would have been a massive attack. We were all set to go, but when the allies asked to call it off, we got to sort of say, well, let's see. And the reason they asked is I think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz, and then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran.
But Iran is now saying that no talks are taking place with the United States, although they are in negotiations with Oman. Iran's foreign ministry said these talks are for a temporary safe passage through Hormuz, but that the strait will not be fully reopened. Meanwhile, UK MTO, a shipping monitor, this morning reported an explosion near an tanker off the coast of Oman, and Iran has warned that they would target oil and gas fields in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar and Israel if the US attacks Iran's energy infrastructure. Now, according to reports, Israel is still on high alert. Officials have told media that they believe President Trump could revert to the planned strikes if talks fail. Back to you.
Jody Cohen, thank you. James Robbins is the Dean of the Institute of World Politics, and Goldie Ghamari is an Iranian-born human rights activist. Appreciate your joining us this morning. President Trump announced new talks with Tehran will begin today. Now, Iranian Foreign Ministry is saying there are no current talks with the United States and that there are no plans to receive a delegation or send an Iranian one. James, I feel like we have been here before. What are we supposed to believe when every time we are close to a deal, the Iranians say it's not happening?
Well, thanks for having me on. Yes, it sure seems like we've been here before. Every time we get geared up to do some more kinetic action, the Iranians say, oh, well, we'll talk now. And then we stand down, and we kind of pay a price for that in terms of our readiness and our ability to conduct future strikes. Are there talks going on? It's really hard to say. We say yes, they say no. We know that there are talks ongoing with Oman. It could be that that's what the president was referring to. The latest from that is that the Iranians will agree to traffic entering the strait through their water and exiting through Oman's water. Okay, fine. That doesn't necessarily fit our definition of keeping the strait open. If that's what they're doing, then great. But again, it's really frustrating from the outsider point of view to keep hearing the same thing, not knowing who's talking, not knowing where the talks are going on. What are the parameters of the talks? We have no idea.
Yeah, Goldie, I mean, we've been here before, and usually people are telling us don't pay attention to anything that Iran is saying publicly because that is designed for their audiences. What we're not hearing is what they're telling us behind the scenes. Where do you draw the distinction?
Well, I mean, when it comes to the Islamic regime occupying Iran, if their lips are moving, they are lying. So, but we do have to take them seriously as well. So when they're going out on Islamic regime TV and, they're beating their chests and they're saying, no talks and no deals and, they basically say on their own propaganda networks that they have an Allah-given right to build a nuclear bomb. So I think we have to take that very seriously, especially with what's going on underneath Pickaxe Mountain. Ultimately, if I was advising President Trump, I would say, don't stand down because the Islamic regime views survival as success. So every day that it survives, it's another day that it can export its revolution, its jihad around the world. And that's why they want the United States to back down. They're hoping to, play this out until the end of President Trump's term.
So, James, when halting the strikes, President Trump, he took to Truth Social saying, quote, despite this, we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack in the perimeters of a deal that until it has been agreed to. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Hormuz Strait and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. So some of the countries he named that were asking to hold off on the strikes include Qatar, UAE.
Okay, so guys, some people are asking, is this live? So, I mean, I'm live. This Goldie, this is the live Goldie. What I'm sharing with you is my Newsmax interview from earlier this morning. So if there's any confusion, I'm just sharing like my earlier interviews. So all good, but yes, I'm live. This is not live. This is past Goldie from this morning.
UAE and Saudi Arabia. So in particular, deal that
around the world, and that's why they want the United States to back down. They're hoping to, play this out until the end of President Trump's term.
So, James, when halting the strikes, President Trump, he took to Truth Social saying, quote, despite this, we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack in the perimeters of a deal that until it has been agreed to. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Hormuz Strait and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. So some of the countries he named that were asking to hold off on the strikes include Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. So in particular, with respect to these countries, do you believe that they're asking for him to hold off on a deal because they're nervous that there might be retaliations, that they might receive some of that?
Absolutely. They're on the front lines of any response that might come from Iran. Iran still has some drone and missile capabilities that they could use against not only their energy infrastructure, but things like their water supplies or even their civilian infrastructure. So I think that they would be very nervous about that type of thing. What's interesting to me also is how nervous the Iranians seem to be about Israel. They've done some pinprick attacks on different countries in the Gulf region, but they haven't attacked Israel in a while. And I think the fact that the Israelis were going to be in on this new attack, I think that really got Iran's attention. It could also be why these other countries just wanted this all to stand down, because if the Israelis get back involved in this, they're not going to be striking in as limited a way as the United States has been recently. they're going to go for the leadership. And I think that was another thing that focused the Iranians' attention.
Yeah, Goldie, speaking of that, War Secretary Pete Hegseth said U.S. forces remain on alert, prepared to act, writing on X, the Department of War was ready to go and ready at levels not seen since World War II, locked and loaded. And I know on Wake Up America this morning, we were talking to former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Wesley Clark. He said, look, don't confuse World War II with carpet bombing. We don't do that anymore. But what is left to bomb in Iran if we do get things going again?
Well, I mean, if I was advising Pete Hegseth or President Trump, I would say go after the police stations, go after the courts, go after the political buildings, because you have to remember, these are not regular, normal police stations or courts or government buildings. These are all part of a totalitarian system that has been oppressing the Iranian people and murdering them for the last 47 years. I mean, they're basically the modern day version of Muslim Nazis. So it's like a Nazi occupation. And the courts, it's like a perversion of the name. The courts are basically where these kangaroo Sharia law trials happen, where young Iranian people, they're sentenced within 10 minutes and they're hanged. Just a couple of days ago, 20-year-old Iranian freedom fighter Arvin was hanged for the crime of waging war against Allah, which is, you know, I guess a sin in the Quran and the Islamic regime. So that's my advice. I would say go after the judges, go after the imams, go after all the police, because they're actually pretty much modern day Gestapo, and spare no one. Get rid of the Islamic regime, because they're like a cancer, and if you leave even one cancer cell remaining, it's going to come back stronger.
All right, Goldie, Ghamari, James Robbins, really appreciate your joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what? I kind of feel like the news reporter here, he was a little bit surprised by my response. Wait, let me get his name again. Sorry. I'm terrible with names, but I have his name. That was Mark Lauder. So after my response, where I'm basically like, bomb the courts, bomb the police stations, you know, bomb the politicians, right? He's just kind of, but I also gave context. I'm like, because this is a totalitarian dictatorship, right? So you can just see, like, he's just like, oh, and then he kind of looks at Chryssia and come back stronger.
All right, Goldie, Ghamari.
He just looks at her and he's like, all right.
All right, James Robbins, really appreciate your joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, still to come on.
All right, so that was my, normal interview with Newsmax. Now, guys, oh my gosh, I'm going to share. Okay, this was wild. So this was me on Al Arabia, and okay, this is like this ended up being like this is like, I don't know, like the Timu version of Piers Morgan. So this video is about, like, how long is this? Let's see. 6:11. Okay, so this video is like almost 40, 45, 50 minutes long. Okay, this was like a long panel type thing. Yeah, like I kind of knew that this one was going to be a bit more controversial, but guys, like, just get settled in. Like, if you need a stress ball or something, grab a stress ball, because I'm telling you, like, I knew that I would have to defend the Iranian people, but I didn't realize that I would also have to, like, defend the United States and Israel. And guys, I have no problem doing that, right? Like, I have no problems doing that. I will gladly, yes, I walked into a hornet's nest, but I willingly walked into a hornet's nest. So Al Arabia is it's a Saudi Arabian news network, and this is like the English version of their news network, and they're based in Riyadh. So I guess the host and everyone, they're in Riyadh, and like I knew what I was walking into. I just didn't think that I would be the only person on the panel who's not only defending and speaking out for the Iranian people, but also defending United States and Israel. Okay, not that I have an issue with that, right? Like, I fully support United States, fully support Israel. You guys know where I stand with all of this. But yeah, for Americans and Israelis, guys, like if you need like a stress ball, or if you want to grab like a drink or something, right? Like I don't endorse day drinking, but this would be probably one of those times where I'm like, you know, grab a drink maybe, or get settled in, because this is going to be a wild ride. This is going to be a wild ride right now. Okay. No, not Al Jazeera. This, guys, I would never go on Al Jazeera. This was Al Arabia. Like I would never ever go on Al Arabia. So this was it's here, let me just share my screen just so I can share with you guys. Yeah. So Al Arabia English. Okay, so this was the news network. So they're very big amongst like the Arab world, but Al Arabia is, you know, in Arabic, based out of Saudi Arabia. It's a Saudi Arabian news network, and yeah, so they were like, they've been insisting for a while. Like they wanted me on a few weeks ago, but you know, I was traveling, so I couldn't do it, and I was like, I can't, I'm not available. And then they were like, okay, but we really want Goldie to come on. And I was like, all right, well then you're going to have to wait until I get back to my regular studio, because I can't commit to like a long panel, you know, when I'm just, you know, in like a random hotel room somewhere. And then, you know, my sister is like sneaking through behind me wearing like a red jacket that everyone can see, right? So there you go, Rose, calling you out there, calling you out. Teasing you. But anyway, so but they were like, no, we want Goldie. So they were like, oh wait, am I pronouncing it wrong? How is it? It's Al Arabia. Guys, I pronounce it the English way because I just know it as Al Arabia. If it's Al Arabia, guys, I'm not mispronouncing on purpose. Like I don't speak Arabic, right? So if it's Al Arabia, then Al Arabia. That's it's not that's not like an intentional thing. But yeah, like this was really interesting, and I don't know if they're gonna have me back. I don't know if they're gonna want me back, but let me just say, the way that I was calling out the other two people, they were so offended. Like, guys, they were so offended by the fact that, you know, this Iranian woman is like calling out their nonsense, that they were like, they basically said like, what is this clown show, right? Arabia. Okay, Arabia. Okay, so it's Al Arabia. Okay, thank you. Al Arabia. Anyways, so let's get into this, because guys.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, this is where we get started.
Right. Joining this Counterpoints panel is Tobias Ellwood, a former British Middle East minister and former Conservative Party MP. Goldie Ghamari is joining us, political analyst, human rights activist, and host of The Goldie Show on YouTube. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Vijay Prashad, a historian who is also the executive director of Tricontinental.
By the way, I looked up this guy, and he's a communist. Like his Wikipedia basically mentions that the guy's literally a communist, right? Anyways, so just keep that in mind, guys. No. The news reporter, she was great, guys. I have no issues. I have no issues with the news reporter. So I'm not like, let's be respectful to the newscaster and, you know, the technical crew. My criticisms are with the other panelists, not with the news anchor. Okay, so I just want to be very clear about that.
Institute for Social Research. To all of you, thanks for being here on this debate. Well, President Trump has called off planned strikes on Iran, an operation he claimed would have been the biggest since World War II. He did so, he said, to allow room for more negotiations. If it feels a lot like deja vu, it's because we have been here before. Strikes from both sides, threats of massive force, followed by a last-minute reprieve to allow for diplomacy.
No, guys. Okay, so the Tobias, this guy. So the British guy. I'm not talking about the British guy. The British guy, he's a former Conservative MP. I'm talking about the Indian guy. The Indian guy, VJ, whatever his name is. I looked him up, and he's a Marxist. Like, he basically engages in like Marxist theory or whatever. So no. The British guy, he is supposedly a conservative MP. The Indian guy, he's the communist.
Iran denies it's interested in talks with the US, perhaps an indication it thinks it holds the cards. Goldie, the Trump administration coined that term peace through strength. Was it a mistake to cancel this military operation?
You know, I have a feeling that there's more going on behind the scenes than what meets the eye. I mean, obviously for the Iranian people, they want President Trump to finish the job. You know, when it comes to the Islamic regime occupying Iran, if their lips are moving, they are lying. So I don't know if this was a mistake, but what I can say is that the optics of it, it doesn't really look that good, but I'm sure there's a reason for why the Trump administration is doing what they're doing. Keep in mind, President Trump just met with Prime Minister Netanyahu a few days ago. And if you recall, the last time that Prime Minister Netanyahu met with President Trump, that was in mid-February. And then 2 weeks later, Ghamari, the supreme dictator of the Islamic regime, was dead. So I have a feeling that there's way more going on than meets the eye.
Okay. VJ, was this a mistake to call off this strategy? Or do you think it's an indication that maybe the US has realized that it may not hold the upper hand?
I mean, I think it's important to indicate that.
Okay, so guys, I just want to say this. So before we get to what like the communist says, right? Keep in mind, at this point, I haven't said anything about the Iranian people. I haven't said anything about, you know, how much support the Islamic regime has, like nothing like that. I basically responded to the question about President Trump, and then just listen to this guy. Like he just, anyways, you'll see. I don't know if this was a mistake, but what I can say is that the optics of it, it doesn't really look that good, but I'm sure there's a reason for why the Trump administration is doing what they're doing. Keep in mind, President Trump just met with Prime Minister Netanyahu a few days ago. And if you recall, the last time that Prime Minister Netanyahu met with President Trump, that was in mid-February. And then 2 weeks later, Ghamari, the supreme dictator of the Islamic regime, was dead. So I have a feeling that there's way more going on than meets the eye.
Okay. VJ, was this a mistake to call off this strategy? Or do you think it's an indication that maybe the US has realized that it may not hold the upper hand?
I mean, I think it's important to indicate that this has been a war of aggression. You know, a war of aggression is a war crime. If you are a UN member state and you violate the UN Charter, you attack another country without a UN Security Council resolution, that's a war against peace. And Mr. Trump is, in that sense, guilty of a war crime. Now, whether he decides to stop firing the guns now or later doesn't change the fact that he began an illegal war. I think the United States has also come to recognize that, you know, maybe it's a little late in the game, I should say, after its withdrawal from Afghanistan, the withdrawal from Iraq, inability to control the situation in Libya. It's pretty difficult to actually, you know, do something that sounds easy, overthrow a government by bombardment. But this is a government of 100 million people. And whatever Goldie says, I don't think it's that clear that it's 100 million people against a handful of people in Tehran who are holding.
So do you see literally like right away, without me even speaking about the Iranian people's fight to overthrow the Islamic regime? Like he just says whatever Goldie says, the Iranian people support the Islamic regime. Like Khafisho Hindi. Like what is this? Like you're not even Iranian, and like right? Like he's so threatened by me. He's literally like my very existence threatens him, where literally like he feels like he has to start off by discrediting me right away, right? And I'm like, who the hell are you? Like, who are you? Right? Anyways, let's continue. But yeah, like this was at that point, like as soon as he like just attacked me, I was like, all right, I see what kind of show this is, and let's get geared up.
It's pretty difficult to actually, do something that sounds easy, overthrow a government by.
Let me go back.
This has been a war of aggression. A war of aggression is a war crime.
Wait, let me, guys. There's an Iranian in the chat. Let me just respond to them very quickly. So من خیلی انگلیسی بلد نیستم ولی خیلی دوست دارم صدای ما مردم آزادی خواه ایرانی. Okay, so سپاس از شما، سپاس از کامنتات. So this is an Iranian inside of Iran. And what they're saying here is, I don't understand a lot of English, but I'm very happy that you are the voice of Iranian freedom. So I just wanted to share that message with you. Guys, keep in mind, remember, when you see these squiggly lines in the live stream chat, like 99.9% of the time, the squiggly lines are from Iranians inside of Iran who are sending messages. So مارتین خیلی خوشحالم که شما اینجا هستی. سعی خودم رو میکنم و فقط میخواستم بهت بگم که این برنامه که الان دارم پخش میکنم، من اینو تقریبا یه ساعت پیش توی برنامه بودم با یه رسانه مال عربستان سعودی، اسمش هست العربیه، و این هندیه و اون مرده که مال انگلیسه، اونا داشتند به مثلا ایران و اسرائیل و آمریکا حمله میکردن. anyways من داشتم خب دیگه کارهای خودم رو میکردم و عذرخواهی میکنم چون این به زبان انگلیسیه، ولی خیلی خوشحالم که شما اینجا هستین و عذرخواهی میکنم چون که خب برنامه من بیشتر به زبان انگلیسیه که بتونم صدای شما رو به گوش دنیا برسونم. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه و نگران نباشین، ما اینجا هستیم تا سرنگونی جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی و بازگشت پادشاهمون به میهنمون، به وطنمون. و مارتین، خیلی از غیر ایرانی‌ها کلمه‌های فارسی یاد گرفتن. همین الان ازشون درخواست میکنم که کلمه‌هایی که به زبان فارسی یاد گرفتن ولی به انگلیسی می‌نویسن توی چت برای شما بذارن که شما هم ببینین چقدر غیر ایرانی‌ها زبان فارسی رو یاد گرفتن. Anyways, guys, so I just explained to Martin that this program is, of course, in English because I'm here to translate what's happening in occupied Iran in English and share the news with all of you. And I also let Martin know that many of you who are not Iranian have learned Iranian words. So for those of you, feel free to send a few, messages or share a few words that you have learned in Persian to Martin and the rest of our Iranian viewers in the live stream chat. So there you go, guys. Anyways, we'll continue. So Martin, there you go. Payande Iran. Payande Iran. Oh, okay. Then he just, so Martin responded, دمت گرم، من اصفهان زندگی میکنم با آرزوی آزادی برای ایران و همه دنیا. فکر نکنم خوب باشه بگی کجا زندگی بکنی، ولی خب امنیت شما از همه چی مهمتره. ولی خب ما مبارزه میکنیم، ولی فکر میکنم شاید بهتر باشه که نگی تو کدوم شهر هستی. Anyway, so Martin responded and said thank you, and I hope for a free Iran and, you know, peace around the world. So Martin, who is from Iran, is basically wishing for free Iran and world peace. So there you go. Iranians don't want war. Iranians want freedom from the Islamic regime. All right, let's continue with this Indian Durka, because it's just like insane, right? Like literally, my very existence just threatens him. It was in mid-February, and then 2 weeks later, Khamenei, the supreme dictator of the Islamic regime, was dead. So I have a feeling that there's way more going on than meets the eye.
Okay. VJ, was this a mistake to call off this strategy? Or do you think it's an indication that maybe the US has realized that it may not hold the upper hand?
I mean, I think it's important to indicate that this has been a war of aggression. You know, a war of aggression is a war crime. If you...
Yeah, just look at my face. At that point, my face, I'm like, okay, so this guy's going with the war of aggression, garbage nonsense. All right. Like,
you are a UN member state and you violate the UN Charter, you attack another country without a UN Security Council resolution, that's a war against peace. And Mr. Trump is, in that sense, guilty of a war crime. Now, whether he decides to stop firing the guns now or later doesn't change the fact that he began an illegal war. I think the United States has also come to recognize that, you know, maybe it's a little late in the game, I should say, after its withdrawal from Afghanistan, the withdrawal from Iraq, inability to...
And guys, remember, this is the classic tactic, right? So they will compare what's happening in occupied Iran to like Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya, right? And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, really? Like this is what you're saying? Like it was just wild, right? So there you go. All right. Martin is thanking you also. Martin says, thank you, everyone. My English is not good to answer you. All right, there you go. But anyways, there you go. So now, like immediately, and you guys, I mean, you're the experts, right? Because you've been watching my live streams for the last, 204 days. And you guys know, anyone who compares the situation in occupied Iran to Iraq or Afghanistan or Libya or Syria or whatever, like it's literally not the same thing. It's totally different, right? So, but he's like, oh, look at Iraq and Afghanistan. And I'm just like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right, look at my face, look at my body language. You guys can tell what I'm thinking here.
A UN Security Council resolution, that's a war against peace. And Mr. Trump is, in that sense, guilty of a war crime. Now, whether he decides to stop firing the guns now or later doesn't change the fact that he began an illegal war. I think the United States has also come to recognize that, maybe it's a little late in the game, I should say, after its withdrawal from Afghanistan, the withdrawal from Iraq, inability to control the situation in Libya. It's pretty difficult to actually, do something that sounds easy, overthrow a government by bombardment. But this is a government of 100 million people. And whatever Goldie says, I don't think it's that clear that it's 100 million people against a handful of people in Tehran who are holding the cards. I think it's a pretty, strange statement if you believe that the entirety of the Iranian people are against this government. Doesn't seem like that now. They are a patriotic people with 3,000-4,000 years of civilization. I don't think they tolerate a foreign...
Do you see how this Indian guy, and like no disrespect to Indians, but like, okay, do you see how this non-Iranian person is like trying to Iran-splain my own country to me? And he's like, this is a civilization of like 3,000, 4,000 years old. Yeah, we existed before the invention of Islam. Like, what are you even talking about? So I'm sitting there and I'm like, who the hell is this non-Iranian thinking that he can Iran-splain my own country and my own history and my own civilization to me? Like, what is this? Like, this is a nation that's 3,000, 4,000 years old. Yeah, in fact, the reason that we are resisting the Islamic regime is because our Iranian identity pre-exists Islam by 4,000 years. Thank you, VJ, for admitting that, right? But it's like, do you see how these people, like, they twist the narrative? So they take like one tiny piece of truth, right? So the truth is that the Iranian civilization has existed for like 4,000, 5,000 years. Yes, 100%. But that means we're pre-Islamic. So our Iranian identity existed for thousands of years before the invention of Islam. So what the hell is this guy saying? Like, he's totally like, he's reversing it, right? The reason that we Iranians today are fighting back against the Islamic regime is because the Islamic regime is a foreign occupying invader, and they are anti-Iranian, and we Iranians are fighting back to protect our civilization, to protect our culture, to protect our identity, right? Anyways, there you go.
That sounds easy. Overthrow a government doesn't change the fact that he began an illegal war. Yeah. I think the United States has also come to recognize that, maybe it's a little late in the game, I should say, after its withdrawal from Afghanistan, the withdrawal from Iraq, inability to control the situation in Libya. It's pretty difficult to actually, do something that sounds easy, overthrow a government by bombardment. But this is a government of 100 million people. And whatever Goldie says, I don't think it's that clear that it's 100 million people against a handful of people in Tehran who are holding the cards. I think it's a pretty, strange statement if you believe that the entire...
Guys, just look at my face. I'm just like, what? Like, at this point, my face, I'm just like, I'm processing this. I'm like, what's going on? No. What's going on here? All right, so as you can see right here, like my face, I'm just processing what's going on right now, because I'm just like, did this non-Iranian guy just try to Iran-splain my own country to me?
The majority of the Iranian people are against this government. Doesn't seem like that now. They are a patriotic people with 3,000-4,000 years of civilization. I don't think they...
Yeah, we are a patriotic people with 4,000 years of civilization. That's why we're fighting the Islamic regime, because we're patriotic to Iran.
Tolerate a foreign expedition on their soil, and I think they've basically rallied around whatever they have to rally around to defend themselves. United States is finding that this is a strategic setback, and they are trying to find a way out. Mr. Trump is a master of bluster on the way out of the room, and I think that's what we're hearing from him.
I have to interject here, because since you're directing me, you're attacking me directly, let me make one thing very clear.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just pointing out something.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking, because I let you speak.
This show is about interruption, so it's not an interruption.
No, do not interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Okay, Goldie, go ahead.
Thank you. So, first of all, the aggressor is the Islamic regime that occupied Iran back in 1979. You're not Iranian, you don't speak Persian, you don't watch Iranian news, so you actually have no idea what's going on. I checked your background. You're a communist, okay? You're literally, you promote the fact that you're a communist. And communists are one of the reasons that Iran turned into the Islamic hellhole that it is today. And by the way, when you speak about the 3,000, 4,000 year civilization, that's pre-Islamic. So right now, the Iranian people are fighting the Islamic regime, which is the invading, occupying force. Because prior to 1979, Iran had freedom of religion. Iran was a constitutional monarchy. So yes, the Iranian people are in fact rallying around His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who is going to free Iran. And you're speaking about the so-called war of aggression. Well, what happened when the United States was attacked by the Islamic regime for the last 47 years? What about the hostage crisis situation in 1979?
When was the United States attacked by the Islamic regime?
How come you're not speaking out about the fact that on January 8 and 9, the Islamic regime mass murdered over 54,000 innocent unarmed Iranians? So what's happening right now, it's a humanitarian intervention. The Iranian people wanted this. They are grateful to President Trump and they are grateful to Israel. Yes, they are. Yes,
Really?
they are.
Okay, Tobias, I'm going to come to you in
excuse
just
me
a
for
moment.
second.
DJ?
It's very difficult to have a conversation which is entirely fact-free. So I just want to put that on the table.
So now he's basically accusing me of lying. He's like, it's difficult to have a conversation that is entirely fact-free, right? Like the guy's literally speaking out of his rear end. Guys, I can't, I know people are saying like, we want to swear, don't, guys, this is a children's show. Well, not a children's show, but you know, like this is a family friendly show. So as much as I want to swear, I'm not, but he literally says that I'm like, you know, fact free. Like he's accusing me of like just making things up and as if like he's the authority, right? Anyways, but this is what they rely upon. They literally like all he can do, like he can't counter my arguments. So he just resorts to like trying to insult me as if like this is going to like do something, right? And by the way, how come you're not speaking out about the fact that on January 8 and 9, the Islamic regime mass murdered over 54,000 innocent unarmed Iranians? So what's happening right now, it's a humanitarian intervention. The Iranian people wanted this. They are grateful to President Trump and they are grateful to Israel. Yes, they are. Yes,
Really?
they are.
Okay, Tobias, I'm going to come to you in just
excuse
a
me for
moment.
second.
DJ?
It's very difficult to have a conversation which is entirely fact-free. So I just want to put that on the table.
All right, I'm going to come to Tobias in a moment, but Vijay, respond to that point that this is a humanitarian intervention. What do you say to that?
How is this a humanitarian intervention? I mean, let's take this statement that she has made seriously, which I generally wouldn't. There are
no one cares
hundreds of millions of people. There are hundreds of millions of people in the world who are in much more difficult situations right now. For instance, there is an atrocious war going on in Sudan. If you're talking about humanitarian interventions, there are very many places that the United States, if it so desires, if it still believes
the people of Sudan didn't put graffiti on the wall saying President Trump, please help us.
Okay, all right. Okay, Goldie, just let Vijay make his point because I want to bring it over to Tobias in just a moment.
I mean, this is a ridiculous lineup that you have, Melinda, because she's already called me a communist. This lady has an Israeli flag behind her.
Yeah, I do, because I support Israel. I proudly support Israel. Yes. Why? Do you not like Israel? What's wrong with Israel?
Okay, we're not going to get into it.
Did you guys see that? So he's basically like, he's trying to discredit me, right? So he's basically saying, oh, like she has a flag of Israel behind her. And I'm like, yeah, so what's your point? What's your point, right? Like, do you see how like these people, they literally try to like, not only like, you know, he's attacking me, but then he tries to like bring in like this Israel, anti-Jewish, you know, stuff as well, right? Like the guy's literally, he calls himself a communist. He's a Marxist. But then he's like, it's wild. Listen to this.
So desires, if it still believes...
Yeah, the people of Sudan didn't put graffiti on the wall saying President Trump, please help us.
Okay, all right. Okay, Goldie, just let Vijay make his point because I want to bring it over to Tobias in just a moment.
I mean, this is a ridiculous lineup that you have, Melinda, because she's already called me a communist. This lady has an Israeli flag behind her.
Yeah, I do, because I support Israel. I proudly support Israel. Yes. Why? Do you not like Israel? What's wrong with Israel?
Okay, we're not going to get into an Israel discussion because we're going to...
So the reason, guys, remember, the reason that the host doesn't want to get into an Israel discussion is because this is a Saudi Arabian news network. And the Saudis have so far not signed the Abraham Accords, right? Even though President Trump has put President Trump has put the Saudis on notice, saying that they have to sign the peace treaty and formally recognize Israel. Okay, The Saudis have not. So yeah, when I went on, I full well. And so this is why the host was like, all right, let's not get into the discussion of Israel, right? Because it's awkward for her, right? Because the Saudis are never going to sign on to that. So I'm literally on a Saudi Arabian news network. I'm defending Israel. Oh, and by the way, so do you see how the lion and sun flag is above my head? That's on purpose. That's on purpose. So when I was like starting, like when I, logged in to the Zoom thing, and then, this was the setup, the people were like, okay, can you like move your camera closer? They were like, there's too much headspace above you, right? Headspace being the flag, right? So they were trying to see if they could crop my image or whatever, so that the lion and sun flag, this flag, wouldn't show. And I was like, sorry, my camera is stable, like I can't move it, right? So like this is what, it is what it is. And they're like, okay, no problem. So yeah, they even were trying to like crop out the lion and sun flag, and I was like, nope. And then of course, I had my hair to the side and I have my Iran pin as well. But there you go. So yeah, so guys, this is why when I'm like, what's wrong with Israel, the news host, she's like, all right, let's move on, let's not talk about Israel, because again, this is Saudi Arabian news network, right?
Okay, all right, okay, Goldie, okay, all right, okay, Goldie, just let VJ make his point, because I want to bring it over to Tobias in just a moment.
I mean, this is a ridiculous lineup that you have, Melinda, because she's already called me a communist. This lady has an Israeli flag behind her.
Yeah, I do, because I support Israel. I proudly support Israel. Yes. Why? Do you not like Israel? What's wrong with Israel?
Okay, we're not going to get into an Israel discussion, because we're going to
genocide against the Palestinians.
We're going to keep on Iran. So Tobias, let me hand it over to you. Is this humanitarian intervention, or is this the US leaving the door open for diplomacy, or has the US realized its military strategy has failed?
Well, good evening. Yeah, I mean, so many points to unpick here. Let's get us back to the reality here, which is the fact that you have a United States that has been plagued by Iran since 1979. And we can have our arguments, our difference of views as to why that happened. There was an uprising in Iran because of the way the country was run. But there's no doubt about it that successive American presidents have had to deal with a very difficult Iran, and I would say have not done enough to challenge Iran's proxy influence, its pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and its treatment of its own people. But that doesn't then give license for Donald Trump to do whatever he likes. And he's been poorly advised. In fact, I know many of my friends that used to work in the State Department are no longer working there, who would have advised him against this military operation unless there was a clear political strategy to follow. If you simply believe that you can use superior military might to crush political thought, you're always going to lose, because the only thing you have to follow is more military force. And that clearly has left the situation where we are today, that the regime is still in place. The regime is still intact. In fact, is a more hard-line control, because the RGC is now in control. The Iranian people can rightly feel that they've been left behind, that they're not being looked after. Their interests.
Sorry, so I just want to share this comment here. So Prathamesh is saying, I'm Indian and I don't know that communist fool. Thank you for roasting him. Yes, thank you so much. And guys, I just want to I want to be very clear about something. Initially, like I said, this Indian guy, but then I corrected myself and I said this non-Iranian person, right? Because it doesn't matter where he's from. The fact is he's not Iranian. And in fact, the vast majority of Indian people actually support us Iranians because the people of India, they're also fighting the same sort of jihad, right? Like they're fighting Pakistan, which is like the fakest country in the world. They're fighting, like the Hindu, the Indian, Muslims in Kashmir or whatever, right? So, guys, India has her own like Durga issue there as well. And the vast majority of Indian people support us. And in fact, the Indian civilization and the Iranian civilization go back thousands of years. And when the Arab Muslim invaders came to Persia and conquered Persia, a lot of Zoroastrians escaped and found peace and refuge in India, right? So there are a lot of Parsis who currently live in India, and they're Zoroastrian, and their ancestors are the Iranian people. So nothing but love for the Indian people. But I mean, guys, this guy, like, he's a communist, right? And as all of you know, no matter which country communists come from, communists are pretty much like against civilization. So, I mean, we have Iranian communists, right? Like the MEK, I call them out all the time. The MEK are literally terrorists, right? In the United States, there are, Antifa and, communists in the United States as well, right? And then, of course, in India and a whole bunch of other places, other countries are communists as well. So, yeah, like this guy, let's focus on the fact that he is a communist. It's irrelevant where he's from because, like he is a disgrace to the Indian people in India who are also fighting Durkas and jihadis and terrorists as well, right? So the issue here, the issue is his ideology, not his ethnicity or background, right? So it's the communist ideology that is the problem here, okay? And he could be from anywhere. He could be from anywhere, but it's that communist ideology, because like Indian people are amazing people, and a lot of love and respect for Indian people, especially because they also support us. And historically, the Indian civilization, Iranian civilization, very good friends. So we love our Hindu brothers and sisters. All right, let's continue. I just want to give a little disclaimer there, because guys, this is really important, right? Like we do not go after any particular country or ethnicity or whatever. We go after ideology, right? We go after ideology and politics and that kind of stuff.
And I would say have not done enough to challenge Iran's proxy influence.
Okay, anyways, let's go back to like this British dude.
We're not going to get into an Israel discussion because we're going to
genocide against the Palestinians.
We're going to keep on Iran. So, Tobias, let me hand it over to you. Is this humanitarian intervention, or is this the US leaving the door open for diplomacy, or has the US realized its military strategy has failed?
Well, good evening. Yeah, I mean, so many points to unpick here. Let's get us back to the reality here, which is the fact that you have a United States that has been plagued by Iran since 1979. And we can have our arguments, our difference of views as to why.
Yeah, so at this part, so, the first part of this sentence I agreed with, which is why I'm nodding my head. I'm like, yeah, like the Islamic regime began this war in 1979. But then he starts about this whole narrative of, the Iranian people overthrew the Shah because the Shah was a dictator. So that he pretty much says that without saying it. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, all right, so this guy is just as bad as the other one.
That happened. There was an uprising in Iran because of the way the country was run.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you could say the Muslim Durkas didn't like the fact that the Shah gave the Iranian women the right to vote. And so they rose up against it because they basically said that, the Shah giving Iranian women the right to vote is against Islam. And the Muslim Durkas also didn't like the fact that the Shah raised the age of marriage for girls from the age of 9 to the age of 18, right? So, yeah, there you go.
But there's no doubt about it that successive American presidents have had to deal with a very difficult Iran and I would say have not done enough to challenge Iran's proxy influence, its pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and its treatment of its own people. But that doesn't then give license for Donald Trump to do whatever he likes. And he's been poorly advised. In fact, I know many of my friends that used to work in the State Department are no longer working there, who would have advised him against this military operation unless there was a clear political strategy to follow. If you simply believe that you can use superior military might to crush political thought, you're always going to lose, because the only thing you have to follow is more military force. And that clearly has left the situation where we are today, that the regime is still in place. The regime is still intact. In fact, is a more hard-line control, because the RGC is now in control. The Iranian people can rightly feel that they've been left behind, that they're not being looked after their interests, despite that bar being raised to say, come out against your own regime. This is what Donald Trump was saying. And, of course, the Straits of Hormuz is in a worse place than it was prior to February this year. What does Donald Trump do? Well, I think he believed probably that he could repeat what he did in Venezuela, to have a quick Iranian solution, do something, as I say, which perhaps other American presidents wish that they could have advanced as well. But it's not worked well. He's alienated many of the Gulf friends, and particularly Saudi Arabia is now saying, listen, this cannot go on. What is your strategy? What does victory look like? And then, of course, other allies across the West saying, I don't see where this actually leads. Where do you actually want to take this? So, yes, he's called off this latest promise to attack and annihilate. But actually, the point has actually been made. When any military force, any state hits another country, no matter how unpopular the regime is in that country, often it does rally people around them because they don't like.
Do you see my face? So this random British guy, I shouldn't say British, guys. This random non-Iranian guy is now once again trying to Iran-splain the country to me. And he's like, oh, the Iranians, it's the rally around the flag. They're rallying around the Islamic regime. Like, what proof do you have? Do you see how, like, it's just, like, these people are stuck in their bubbles and they're just parroting the same, like, garbage propaganda over and over again. And it's, once again, we're the whole, like, rallying around the flag nonsense. And my face is just like, what am I doing right now? Like, why am I even here?
Go on. What is your...
And by the way, what's really interesting is both of these men, okay, they're looking at me and they're like, who is this young woman? Like, what does she know? Oh, we're going to school her. We're going to school her, right? Anyways, guys, we're only like, what? We're only like 10 minutes in. There's still like another 30 minutes left, okay? I'll try to stop interrupting, but I'm telling you, like, this is wild.
Strategy. What does victory look like? And then, of course, other allies across the West saying, I don't see where this actually leads. Where do you actually want to take this? So, yes, he's called off this latest promise to attack and annihilate. But actually, the point has actually been made. When any military force, any state hits another country, no matter how unpopular the regime is in that country, often it does rally people around them because they don't like an outside entity coming in to that country telling them what to do. And I wish Donald Trump would listen to some international voices that have much more experience about what to do, where to take Iran, how to prevent Iran pursuing a nuclear weapon, to allow greater advancement in the freedoms of the people of Iran. But ultimately, we've got a Middle East that is in a worse place, is more dangerous, and the prospect of escalation is much, much higher than prior to February 2026.
Goldie, do you think the US military strategy has failed? And has it actually made Iran stronger because they're rallying against the US?
Well, first of all, when you look at World War II, the Allies, and, Tobias, you should know this, given that you're a former conservative politician. I myself, I'm also a former conservative politician in Canada, by the way. World War II was not won through diplomacy. World War II was won by bombing the Nazis and sending them back to where they belong, which is, 6 feet under. So just keep that in mind. And, when it comes to the Islamic regime has never been weaker. Okay, so this is really important to keep in mind. Now, I'm the only Iranian person on this panel who's actually been following and monitoring Islamic regime state TV. I look at their statements. During Khamenei's funeral, some of the, supporters of one faction, they were chasing down Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, because he's trying to engage in, negotiations, and they were calling for his head. So first of all, this whole narrative about the Islamic regime being stronger, it's absolutely ridiculous. Where's the current supreme dictator? Why hasn't anyone seen him? Do we even know if he's alive or dead? Right? So that's the first thing. And then second of all, this whole garbage narrative about people rallying around the flag, again, it's utter nonsense. The Islamic regime has literally brought in their terrorist proxy forces from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from Syria, from Lebanon, southern Lebanon, Hezbollah. They brought in like the Hamas terrorists, right? All these non-Iranians they have brought in, their terrorist groups in Pakistan. They've brought in, and these terrorist groups are driving around the streets with machine guns loaded on the back of pickup trucks to keep the Iranian people from rising up. So this is an Islamic regime that is illegitimate. It is in control through power and through the fact that when Iranians rise up, they are executed. Just 2 days ago, a 20-year-old Iranian man, his name was Arvin, he was hanged by the Islamic regime for the crime of muharebe. Muharebe is basically waging war against Allah. So the Islamic regime is speeding up executions, and the Iranian people are saying that the only way to get rid of this Islamic regime is to overthrow them once and for all. They can't do that right now because they are not armed. When the Iranian people tried peaceful uprising back on January 8 and 9, over 54,000 were slaughtered. And I don't see anyone speaking
Well,
out
can I
about
come
that.
back on that? Can I just go back on that? Firstly, I mean, it's disingenuous to compare it with World War II, because there the Nazis, in fact, the Axis, tried to territorially push other countries aside, and then it took a coalition to territorially move into that space and then create a new regime, a peaceful regime that would meet unconditional. Let me finish my point. You didn't want to be interrupted. You didn't want to be interrupted.
Just a moment, Goldie. We'll let Tobias finish his point, and then we can come to you with a response.
Yeah. You made it clear that you didn't want to be interrupted, so please have the courtesy to allow me to finish my point, okay? So, Second World War, we quite rightly stood up and forced unconditional surrender, took over the country completely, and placed a new peaceful regime that would adapt to international laws. Now, what you're seeing in Iran at the moment, and you just touched on it, you don't want the regime to be there, but I think we can all agree with that. But the strategy that Donald Trump is pursuing at the moment is purely to bomb the country from the air, as if somehow that's going to have a result that's going to lead to regime change. In fact, it's weakened militarily, it's weakened economically, but ultimately it's strengthened its ability to control its own people by the very reasons you've outlined, by brute force. Not only that, it's controlling the Straits of Hormuz in one way or another. It's certainly preventing shipping from moving up and down. And the consequences of that economically is enormous right across the world. So it begs the question, what is Donald Trump's strategy? And I still scratch my head to say exactly what it is, because it's not clear where he wants to take this. He certainly doesn't want to put troops on the ground, as we saw in the Second World War, and he certainly has no plan for a regime change. So I ask the question, where does this go? What does Donald Trump do? Because at the moment, his answer is simply to pursue more military might. And as I say, that doesn't lead anywhere.
Goldie, as I said, I'll give you right of reply, and then we'll come to you, Vijay.
Thank you. So first of all, President Trump has made it very clear that it's not America's responsibility for regime change. And I agree with that, because ultimately it's the Iranian people's responsibility to change the regime. We are working on reversing the mistake that Jimmy Carter and the Democrats made back in 1979 when they supported a brutal Ayatollah and thought that he would actually create some sort of religious belt to keep out communism, because back at that time Iran shared a border with the Soviets. So it's important to know your history, Tobias, in that sense. And then when it comes to what's currently happening, Iranian people, we are grateful that President Trump is bombing those institutions of suppression, because again, if the Iranian people, the only chance that we have to rise up and overthrow the Islamic regime is to make sure that the Islamic regime is weakened. So anyone who says, President Trump is engaging in regime change, absolutely incorrect. That's not what President Trump is doing. He's never said that he's there for regime change.
He has said it.
On February 28th, when he made his initial speech, he had a message directly to the Iranian people. And he said, Iranian people, your time will come. When the United States is done, that will be your opportunity to reclaim your country. President Trump is not done. The Islamic regime is currently being more and more weakened every single day. We're hearing news of, people inside of Iran who are fighting back. And the Islamic regime, they have been murdering us for the last 47 years. Okay, they've been murdering us for the last 47 years. Again, on January 8 and 9.
But if I can bring you back to the question, Goldie, where does President Trump take this? If we can just circle back to that one point. Where does President Trump take this now? Does he escalate?
If I was advising President Trump, I would say 100% escalate. But, everyone who says, oh, we don't know what his military strategy is, obviously no one knows, because he's going to keep his cards close to, he's going to keep his hand hidden from everyone, because why would he give away the military strategy before it actually happens? Remember, on February 27, when reporters asked President Trump, are you planning on engaging in strikes? And then President Trump said, you know what, we're going to think about it and we're going to continue talks over the weekend. 12 hours later, Khamenei was dead. So people who are saying that we don't know what the military strategy is, yeah, there's a reason for that. It's called operational security.
No, it's daft. I mean, that's absolutely, you're talking out of your hat. You really.
Oh, see, so guys, so the guy, he literally doesn't know how to respond to me. So again, he has to just personally insult me, right? These guys they're literally not able to counter what I'm saying. So he's just like, oh, that's daft. She's talking out of her hat, right? He literally can't come up with anything. He literally was not expecting me to call him out like that, right? So he's just guys, this is when you know that you've won the debate, because now both the communist and then the British former politician or whatever, both of them, they're now personally attacking me, right? So, because he doesn't know what to say. He's like, that's daft. That's daft. All right. It happens. Remember, on February 27, when... someone is saying his face is red. Yeah. What is this? Senti. Yeah. Right? So this guy, his face is so red. He looks like a tomato. Right? Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then he doesn't know how to respond to me because, these people have never been challenged by an Iranian geopolitical activist, former politician, human rights activist, all that stuff, right? So these guys just don't know how to deal with someone who knows the Middle East and knows geopolitics like the back of her hand, right? So he's just he doesn't know what to say. So he starts attacking me personally. So this is where I know I'm like, all right, I've won. Asked President Trump, are you planning on engaging in strikes? And then President Trump said, you know what, we're going to think about it and we're going to continue talks over the weekend. 12 hours later, Khamenei was dead. So people who are saying that we don't know what the military strategy is, yeah, there's a reason for that. It's called operational security.
No, it's daft. I mean, that's absolutely, you're talking out of your hat. You really are.
Okay. Sure.
I just make it really clear that you do share your strategy
attacks.
with your allies.
Personal attacks. Just because you don't like what, just because
I was trying to finish my sentence and I'll explain why. Yes, you are, because you're suggesting somehow.
Well, you said that Iranians are rallying around the flag, but you provided no proof.
I'm really not sure what show I'm on, to be honest with you.
I know, I don't.
I'm very confused because I've been a journalist for over 35 years. I reported from Iraq. I reported from Afghanistan.
Good for you.
I've never been in such a comical. I've never been in such a comical space.
And do you find it comical, Vijay?
Let me just say, firstly, I hope to God I never ever call for more bombing against any people, because I've been in war zones and I've seen what bombing is like, and it's ruthless and gruesome. And I hope to God I never get to the point where I say that a war should be escalated.
Thank God you're not Iranian. Thank God you're not Iranian, because Iranian people
but
want
also,
to continue.
but also,
Can
VJ.
I please make a point?
Please go ahead, VJ.
Legitimate, because this comedy show, has had me sitting and watching it for a little while.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is that aerial bombardment of the kind that the United States is deploying against Iran is what was deployed against Iraq to destroy entire cities. I reported from Fallujah and Ramadi, watched the city get basically worn down. But that did not allow the United States to have authority over the Iraqis. They were able to destroy bridges. They were able to destroy infrastructure of different kinds, but they couldn't command the ground. And there's a reason for that. The United States has not a military force or a political force capable of commanding the ground. The same thing in Afghanistan. Despite the fact that, what people thought of the Taliban, the United States could command the skies, it could destroy infrastructure, but it found no way, despite 20 years of trying, to command the ground. So in Iran, I would say, just if we learn from Iraq and from Afghanistan, I would say that, you can use a nuclear bomb on Tehran. You can do all kinds.
So do you see like this guy, like he's so insane. Not only I don't even know what he's talking about. Now all of a sudden he's accusing the United States of wanting to like nuke Tehran, right? Like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad am I listening to right now, right? Do you see how insane these people are? So yeah, guys, now you know why, like, I'm just like, I have my flag and I have my hat. Guys, this is why I warned you before I started this. I was like, guys, if you want a drink or a stress ball, get a drink, get a stress ball, because now this communist is like, oh, what if the United States nukes Tehran? And I'm like, where is this even coming from? Right? But he also felt so threatened by me that he's like, I've been a journalist for 35 years. Honar Kardi, right? Like, Honar Kardi is like Persian. Okay, someone asked about the Iranian, the Persian word of the day. It's Honar Kardi. Okay, so Honar Kardi, this is a good one for you guys. Okay, so we use this word sarcastically. So like Honar Kardi, so we use it both like literally, but also sarcastically. When we're using it literally, when someone does something amazing, we're like Honar Kardi, okay, like well done. But the literal translation is like you made art, because Honar means talent. So Honar Kardi is like your talent is showing. Okay. So there are a lot of times where someone will, create a beautiful work of art or, do something amazing. And then we'll say, wow, مثلا چقدر هنر کردی دمت گرم, right? But we also use it sarcastically. So, Honar Kardi, we also use it in the context of like when someone says, Honar, Prathamesh is saying Honar in Hindi means talent. Yeah, Honar also means talent in Persian. So Honar Kardi means like you're talented. So in this context, guys, so here's the word for you. When someone says or does something like ridiculous or idiotic, you can say Honar Kardi. Okay, so when this guy, he was like, I've been a journalist for 35 years, my initial reaction was, wow, Honar Kardi, right? Because I'm saying it sarcastically. So this is your Iranian word of the day, Honar Kardi. Many of you are, asking for different ways to like relieve your frustration. So Honar Kardi is a good one. Whenever you hear someone like say something like stupid, or if someone does like, you know, makes a fool of themselves or something, you can also use honar kardi sarcastically, right? So like this guy, so when he's like, I've been a journalist for 35 years, honar kardi, you know, honar kardi. Okay, fine, honar kardi. And then, you know, we also say it with like that sort of sarcastic way of saying it, like, okay, honar kardi. So there you go. There's your like Iranian word for the day. I've been a journalist for 35 years. Honar kardi.
Well, I was
I'm
trying to
talking
finish
out
my
of my
sentence, and
hat?
I'll explain why. Yes,
Well,
you
why
are,
are you
because
personally
you're
attacking
suggesting.
me?
No, I don't.
I'm very confused because I've been a journalist for over 35 years.
Yeah,
I
honar
reported
kardi.
from Iraq. I
Honar
reported from
kardi.
Afghanistan.
Honar kardi.
I've
Good
never
for
been
you.
in such a
Right, so guys, so when I say when he's like, I've been a journalist, and I'm like, good for you, and I say good for you to him, in my head, I'm actually saying, yeah, honar kardi, right?
comical. I've never been in such a comical space. And
Do you find it comical, VJ?
Let me just say, firstly, I hope to God I never ever call for more bombing against any people, because I've been in war zones and I've seen what bombing is like, and it's ruthless and gruesome. And I hope to God I never get to the point where I say that a war should be escalated.
Thank God you're not Iranian. Thank God you're not Iranian, because Iranian people
but also,
want to continue.
but also,
Can I
VJ.
please make a point?
Please go ahead, VJ.
Legitimate, because this comedy show, you know, has had me sitting and watching it for a little while.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is that aerial bombardment of the kind that the United States is deploying against Iran.
You know what? That guys, that was a missed opportunity for me. Like I should have used the bless your heart. I totally should have. Yeah, honar kardi is kind of like the Iranian version of bless your heart, kind of the sarcastic way. But like total missed opportunity. I get that. But guys, like pretty much like at this point, so I would say we're almost halfway through this like this poop show of this like the Saudi Arabian version of like a Piers Morgan panel. And at this point, like I'm on guard, because not only am I like defending, like not only am I on guard because I'm defending the Iranian people, I'm also like on guard because I'm defending Israel, and I'm also defending the United States. Not that I have any issues with that. Like I will gladly, always defend Israel and the United States. I just was not expecting to be on a panel where it's me, and then there's like these two like random dudes that like no one even knows who they are, and they're just like, oh, I'm so smart. Goldie's speaking out of her hat. Blah, 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 blah. I'm a journalist for 35 years. Well, that doesn't mean anything, because if you're an idiot, right? Like, anyways, but so I'm like totally on guard here. But I was having fun with this, because I could also see how frustrated these guys were, and they were losing their minds, because they were trying to like stump me, or I don't know, like they were just both attacking me. It was so weird, right? Like this is what I don't understand. Like we Iranians, we just want freedom. We just want to be free from like a Muslim Nazi dictatorship. And yeah, we're grateful to the United States and Israel for helping us free our country. And yet for some reason, like the Iranian, right? Like the person, I've literally had family members be murdered by the Islamic regime. I'm the one that's on trial by the two non-Iranians who are for some reason attacking me and thinking that they know better than me, right? Like it's wild. Anyways, there you go. But I'm so happy. You know what? Honestly, it's like a point of pride for me. It's a point of pride for me that I was able to defend United States and Israel on Saudi Arabia news. There you go. This is why I think they probably won't have me back, right? Because I was just like, what's wrong with Israel? I support Israel. Right? Meanwhile, both of those people, they were kind of like going through, I guess, like the approved talking points where, oh, Israel bad, America bad, right? And I'm just like, I don't care. I love Israel. I have the flag of Israel. I have the flag of America. Anyways, there you go. Totally unapologetic.
really not
What
sure
proof
what
do you
show
have?
I'm on, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I don't.
I'm very confused because I've been a journalist for over 35 years. I reported from Iraq. I reported from Afghanistan.
Good for
I've,
you.
I've
Good
never
for
been
you.
in such a comical. I've never been in such a comical space. And
Do you find it comical, Vijay?
Let me just say, firstly, I hope to God I never ever call for more bombing against any people, because I've been in war zones and I've seen what bombing is like, and it's ruthless and gruesome. And I hope to God I never get to the point where I say that a war should be escalated.
Thank God you're not Iranian. Thank God you're not Iranian, because Iranian people
but
want
also,
to continue.
but also,
Can I please,
Vijay.
can I please make a point?
Please go ahead, Vijay.
Legitimate, because this comedy show, has had me sitting and watching it for a little while.
Go ahead.
What I would like to say is that aerial bombardment of the kind that the United States is deploying against Iran is what was deployed against Iraq to destroy entire cities. I reported from Fallujah and Ramadi, watched the city get basically worn down. But that did not allow the United States to have authority over the Iraqis. They were able to destroy bridges. They were able to destroy infrastructure of different kinds, but they couldn't command the ground. And there's a reason for that. The United States has not a military force or a political force capable of commanding the ground. The same thing in Afghanistan, despite the fact that, what people thought of the Taliban. The United States could command the skies, it could destroy infrastructure, but it found no way, despite 20 years of trying, to command the ground. So in Iran, I would say, just if we learn from Iraq and from Afghanistan, I would say that, you can use a nuclear bomb on Tehran. You can do all kinds of things from the air, all kinds of atrocities. But to command the ground is different. And despite, even if there are enormous numbers of people who don't like the situation in Iran today, that doesn't mean that they will be able to take advantage of anarchy to make their point heard or to organize themselves into a coherent force. What you saw happen in Egypt, for instance, in the chaos of Tahrir Square, which resulted first in the Muslim Brotherhood coming to power and then a military coup led by General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. What you saw there was a kind of textbook of what happens when you don't think these things through. You can have hopes and feelings and you can have desire for a certain kind of outcome, but there is no strategic possibility, given the nature of US power today, to bring you to that conclusion. And I very much want to make that point for this reason, that this is not about politics. I'm trying to put forward a point about strategy, not politics.
Can I just add to that, if I may? When you are a soldier, I spent half my life as a soldier. I still am a soldier, actually, but then into politics. And as a soldier, you want to know why you're fighting. You want to know why military might is being used, why you're stepping into harm's way. That's the reason why it's important that your commander-in-chief, your political leader, explains what the actual objectives, the long-term objective is, what victory actually looks like. It's also important because you keep your allies close to you as well. And from a British perspective, we don't have a closer ally than the United States. But our relationship with this particular regime, with Donald Trump, is being tested because we don't know where he wants to go. And that makes it very, very difficult to support him. It used to be, going back to the Second World War, where we would be able to share ideas and concerns. We've got this challenge, we've got this issue. They would suggest...
Yeah, that's because Winston Churchill was actually protecting England from the Gurkhas, right? England today... unfortunately, it's a little bit lost, right? Like the England of today is not the England of World War II. So yeah, Tobias, there's a reason that President Trump and even J.D. Vance have spoken out about the UK. And yeah, I agree with Texas troop. UK is literally not America's closest ally, right? Like, guy, like these people are insane. Like I'm literally sitting there and I'm like, wait, this guy is saying that England is like The UK, the UK under Keir Starmer didn't even allow the Americans to use the American air bases. It was only when the new prime minister came in that American planes left from the UK, right? But this guy is like, oh, UK is America's strongest ally. Zart, really? Are you kidding me? Yeah, maybe when Winston Churchill was around. There's a reason that Winston Churchill was a strong ally of the United States, right? Because Winston Churchill was also fighting the Gurkhas. But this guy, he's like, oh, well, America's not telling us. Yeah, maybe they're not telling you what's going on because your country is infiltrated by like the jihadis, right? Like your country and your government is literally infiltrated with Gurkhas. So why would anyone in their right mind tell UK the strategy? Unfortunately, like, guys, remember, Mahyar Tusi literally had to leave the UK because of the Gurkha infiltration, and he's in the United States now. So, like, absolutely insane. And this guy is like, oh, the UK is America's strongest ally. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, what? What? And I'm like, okay, so guys, this is how we know that these people are literally insane and they know nothing. But these people are stuck in their own bubbles, right? And the fact that I was there just literally calling out their nonsense point by point, they were freaking out and they didn't know what to do.
It looks like. It's also important because you keep your allies close to you as well. And
yeah, and the United States is keeping Israel, its closest ally, very close to them, right? So yeah, the United States is keeping their allies very close. UK is not, really an ally.
From a British perspective, we don't have a closer ally than the United States. But our relationship with this particular regime, with Donald Trump, is being tested because we don't know where he wants to go. And that makes it very, very difficult to support him. It used to be, going back to the Second World War, where we would be able to share ideas and concerns. We've got this challenge, we've got this issue. They would suggest one option, we would suggest something else. We would actually be able to come out with a coherent strategy to actually deal with a change on the ground. And at the moment, there's been little change on the ground. You keep mentioning the death of the Ayatollah. That's actually neither here or there. If the regime is now more robust, more authoritarian, because the IRGC has come into play. And we've failed to understand I think the intelligence base from Iran, the fact that they have thousands upon thousands of drones, Shahad drones and so forth, long-range missiles, which wasn't factored in. And that's causing mayhem and will continue.
Oh no, guys, he's talking about the Shahid drones. He's saying that the Islamic regime has thousands upon thousands of Shahid drones. Do you guys know where I'm going with this? Do you guys know? He's talking about the Shahid drones. Oh no, guys, I'm so scared. Oh no. Guys, these are the drones. These are the drones that he's speaking about. You guys, who knows where I'm going to go with this? Wait. Guys, who knows where I'm going to go with this? Oh, by the way, he couldn't even pronounce it properly, right? Like, he didn't even know how to pronounce it, first of all. But regardless, guys, who knows where I'm going with this? I'm not looking at the comments right now because I'm pulling up the video. But you guys let me know who said it first, because he's talking about the scary drones. Oh no, the drones are so scary. Oh no, so scary. Where is it? God, I need to find this. Wait. we go. Here we go. Guys, these are the drones, right? First of all, the guy doesn't even pronounce it properly, right? He doesn't pronounce it properly, but let's just see it. Let's see how he pronounces it.
Contested because we don't know where he wants to go. And that makes it very, very difficult to support him. It used to be, going back to the Second World War, where we would be able to share ideas and concerns. We've got this challenge, we've got this issue. They would suggest one option, we would suggest something else. We would actually be able to come out with a coherent strategy to actually deal with a change on the ground. And at the moment, there's been little change on the ground. You keep mentioning the death of the Ayatollah. That's actually neither here or there. If the regime is now more robust, more authoritarian, because the IRGC has come into play. And we've failed to understand I think the intelligence base from Iran, the fact that they have thousands upon thousands of drones, Shahad drones.
Okay, it's not Shahad drones, you fool. It's Shahid or Shahid. It's Shahid drones. It's pronounced. It's not Shahad. It's Shahid. By the way, guys, these are the drones. These are the drones that he is referring to. Guys, I found the clip. Guys, what in the Allahu Akbar North Korea jihadi Durka mariachi music is happening here? Where, remember, guys, I shared this clip like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. And you can see the Islamic regime, right? They're bragging about their Shahad, their Shahad drones, right? The ones that are like loud noises. So guys, when he said that, I was trying so hard not to laugh, because when he said the Islamic regime has thousands upon thousands of Shahad drones, all I could think of was this video, and I was trying so hard not to laugh. Do you guys understand how hard it was for me not to laugh? Right? Look at this. And guys, I still don't know why they have this weird like mariachi music. And to any Mexicans who are watching, I apologize. I don't know why the Islamic regime is taking mariachi music and like playing it behind the scenes, and then they're literally bragging about the loud noises that their drones make, right?
رنده یعنی چی؟ یعنی زمانی که پرواز میکنه اونها رو رنده میکنه. آره اینجاست. یا حسین.
Yeah. And then they say Yo Hussein, right? So Hussein is one of their like dead Arab warlords that they worship, right? So they're like Yo Hussein. Oh no, my ears! He's like, oh my ears! My ears, oh no! And then the one guy's like, Mashallah, which is like, praise Allah, right? So it's like they hear the loud noises and they're just like, wow. And then you can even see like this one imam, like the Durka, the turban head Durka, he's like, oh, it's so loud, my ear, right? And then the other guy's like, ah, and then they're all just like, woo, look at the loud noises, right? By the way, isn't anyone like concerned about, I don't know, carbon monoxide poisoning? I don't know, man. Like, isn't this like a health hazard? Like, I don't know. Does this not contribute to carbon monoxide poisoning? I don't know, man. Like, this is just absolutely insane. But so when that British guy was like, Iran has thousands upon thousands of Shahad drones, I'm like, oh, you mean the Mexican mariachi band, right? Oh, loud noises.
صدای موتور از اینجا بلند بود. این در حد یک بازی بود که فقط
Okay, so guys, this is like the most hilarious part here. So this guy, okay, so this Durka, he goes back and he's like, بلند بود.
این در حد یک
Okay, let me go back.
صدای موتور اذیتتون کرد؟ بلند بود؟
He's like, بلند بود. So بلند بود means, was it loud? بلند means loud, and then بود is like, you know, it's like the verb. So was it? So he's like, بلند بود. Was it loud? And then he's like, did it scare you? Did the loud noises scare you? And then he continues, like, I'll just, because I already know what he's going to say. So basically he's like, was it loud? Did the noises scare you? And then he's like, don't worry. You're safe. We're here. We will protect you. Meanwhile, this Durka, he's wearing a face mask and sunglasses. Why? Because he's literally afraid of being identified, right? Like, so the Durkas, they wear face masks and sunglasses to help prevent them from being identified. Why? Because they know that the Islamic regime is weak. They know that the time is coming. So he's literally hiding his identity because he's trying to survive the overthrow of the Islamic regime. This is what, like, those people that I was like debating with, they don't see this, right? So literally when I say to them, I'm like, you're not Iranian, you don't monitor Islamic regime state TV, you have no idea what you're talking about. This is what I mean, right? This is what I mean. Because, like, if I was even going to talk about this video, again, they would be like, nothing she is saying is based in fact, right? Meanwhile, like, literally everything that's coming out of their mouths is garbage, right? Like, when both of those people, when they open their mouths, it's just garbage comes out. But then they have the audacity to say that I'm the one who doesn't know what I'm talking about. But like, if I was going to ask them about this Shahid drone, that would be expert mode, and their brains would probably just, like, you know, explode or something. Anyways, but so here the guy's like, oh, was it loud? Did it scare you? Don't worry, we're here. We'll protect you from the loud noises.
این در حد یک بازی بود که فقط می‌خواستیم
He's like, this was just a game. This is just a game that we want to share, that we want to show you.
صدای موتور رو بشنوید. استرس گرفتید؟
He's like, استرس گرفتی? Did you get stressed? Right? So استرس, that's, you know, it's the word stress, but he says, استرس گرفتی? He's like, did you get stressed out by the loud noises?
گوشتون رو گرفتی؟ ما اینجاییم. بلدیم. مواظبتونیم. نمیذاریم
Look, not only are like the Durkas there, but the Durkas literally bring their like garbage bag concubines and then their like bastard children, right? So, like, how insane is this? Like, what in the North Korea Allahu Akbar jihad are we watching right now, where not only are they like, you know, like, this is literally like a potential carbon monoxide hazard for these little children, right? Because all the Durkas, they're literally bringing their concubines and their bastard children with them, right? And I don't know what's going on here, right? Well, welcome to the Islamic regime.
شما آسیبی ببینید. اون جایی که ساعت 3:30 صبح.
Yeah, and then he says something in Hebrew. Some, like, I think he's like, you know, he's threatening Israel here, right? But it's like a just terrible accent.
برم. به پاره تنم. به خاکم هجوم آوردن. ساعت 3:30 حمله صورت گرفت. ساعت 5 صبح یک اسکادران بیش از 100 تایی همین شاهد 136 به سمت رژیم رفت. شالوم.
Shalom. Sorry guys, that's so funny. I'm so sorry. We have to go back and listen to that again. He's like, shalom. I know what shalom means, but like, he's trying to sound so threatening. He's like, shalom. And then, I don't know, he says something in Hebrew. I hear the Yahud part, which means like Jew, but I don't know the rest of it.
شاهد 136 به سمت رژیم رفت. شالوم. أنحن موعود كقوم عليك. أنحن موعود عليك.
What is that? Like, what is that? Like, what is this weird mariachi, like, Mexican music, right? But anyways, so yeah, so these are the Shahad drones, remember? Because the British guy, he called them the Shahad drones, and he's like, Iran, and by the way, I hate it when they refer to it as Iran, it's the Islamic Republic, but that British dude, he's like, Iran has thousands upon thousands of Shahad drones. And I'm like, oh, really? This one? This one here. By the way, guys, let's not forget that the United States reverse engineered the Shahid or the Shahid drone. They reverse engineered the Shahid drone, and the United States has the Lucas drone, right? The Lucas drones were reverse engineered from jihadi technology in order to combat, right, the Shahid drones. And honestly, like, all that video reminds me of is this. I mean, I might get a copyright strike for this, but it's totally worth it. It's just totally worth it, right, guys? Totally worth it. Like, whenever I see that mariachi drone video and they're like, oh, the sound, and everyone's like, oh, it's so loud, it's so loud. Like, I just think of this. Really, every time I see that, like, that Mexican Shahid drone video, I literally think of like loud noises because they're like, oh, did the sound scare you? Anyways, going back to the insanity. Going back to the insanity.
Range missiles.
Right. So now you guys have some context for this literal idiot. I'm sorry, like I'm not supposed to swear, but I mean, he is an idiot. Okay, he's literally an idiot, and he's like, oh, the Islamic regime, Iran, which, look, I hate that, but anyway, he's like, they have thousands upon thousands of Shahad missiles. I'm like, buddy, you can't even pronounce it properly. And what are you like? This guy is saying, like, he's talking about those drones that I just shared with you, right? With like the weird mariachi music. And I'm sitting there, like, do you see my face? I'm just like, where am I right now? Like, these people are literally idiots. I'm not using it as a swear word. I just don't know how else to. I don't know how else to describe these people. Like, my face is just like, what am I dealing with right now? Because these people, they are so stuck in their bubble, and they actually think that they know something about the Middle East because no one's ever actually challenged them. And okay, guys, I know I'm gonna get to the super chats in a bit, but I am, I promised myself to make an effort to focus on Rumble chats. So I actually have the Rumble chat as a pop out, and I just wanted to share this Rumble chat, which is really funny. So look at this. So E Marquis says La Durkaracha, which I absolutely love that. So Rumble rant from E Marquis, La Durkaracha. I think that is a perfect way to describe the jihadi drones with the weird mariachi music. Again, like, I don't know why they're doing the mariachi music, but it is what it is. But yeah, like able to come. I mean, like, these people think they know everything, and then I'm just sitting there. I'm like, really, like, I just have to sit through this. And oh my gosh, I was looking at the clock the entire time. Anyways, let's continue. We're almost done. We have about like 10 minutes left to go, even though we're like already an hour and a half in.
Chief, your political leader explains what the actual objectives, the long-term objective is. What?
Wait, let me go backwards so that. There you go. Let's start with like Mr. Redface, because the
bring
guy
you to that conclusion, and I very much want to make that point for this reason, that this is not about politics. I'm trying to put forward a point about strategy, not politics.
Oh, okay. So this guy went from being a journalist to be a military strategist, right? So wow. Okay. So he's like, it's not about politics anymore. Now it's about military strategy, right?
Can I just add to that, if I may? When you are a soldier, I spent half my life as a soldier. I still am a soldier, actually, but then into politics. And as a soldier, you want to know why you're fighting. You want to know why military might is being used, why you're stepping into harm's way. That's the reason why it's important that your commander-in-chief, your political leader, explains what the actual objectives, the long-term objective is, what victory actually looks like. It's also important because you keep your allies close to you as well. And from a British perspective, we don't have a closer ally than the United States. But our relationship with this particular regime, with Donald Trump, is being tested because we don't know where he wants to go. And that makes it very, very difficult to support him. It used to be.
You know, it's actually kind of insulting to call President Trump and his administration the regime, because that implies some sort of like authoritarian dictatorship, right? And like, just like you can tell, like just very, very insulting. Very anti-Trump, and yeah, but I mean that basically tells you everything you need to know, because this guy, he's literally comparing President Trump and his administration to the Islamic regime, which is an actual totalitarian dictatorship that literally murders Iranians every day, right? So just shame on him, shame on you, shame on you. Oh, sorry guys.
Looks like. It's also important because you keep your allies close to you as well. And from a British perspective, we don't have a closer ally than the United States. But our relationship with this particular regime, with Donald Trump, is being tested because we don't know where he wants to go. And that makes it very, very difficult to support him. It used to be, going back to the Second World War, where we would be able to share ideas and concerns. We've got this challenge, we've got this issue. They would suggest one option, we would suggest something else. We would actually be able to come out with a coherent strategy to actually deal with a change on the ground. And at the moment, there's been little change on the ground. You keep mentioning the death of the Ayatollah. That's actually neither here or there. If the regime is now more robust, more authoritarian, because the IRGC has come into play. And we've failed to understand I think the intelligence base from Iran, the fact that they have thousands upon thousands of drones, Shahad drones and so forth, long-range missiles, which wasn't factored in. And that's causing mayhem and will continue to cause mayhem across the Middle East. So by all means, use America's superior military might, the best in the world. But it needs to sit next to a coherent, well-thought-through strategy that leads to victory. And right now, as I say, it's not clear what that is.
All right, Goldie, your right of reply to that?
I mean, again, all I'm hearing is just utter nonsense from two people who aren't Iranian. They have no idea what's happening with respect to
but whether or not they're Iranian or not,
okay, well,
plays a role here.
Sure. So let's talk about this, comment about how America and boots on the ground. Well, the Iranian people have made it very clear that they are the boots on the ground. In fact, the Iranian people fighting against the Islamic regime are the biggest allies. And so Iranians always said, we don't even need boots on the ground. What we need is to give the Iranian people a chance. And that's exactly what President Trump is doing by weakening the structures of oppression of the Islamic regime. And again, this whole thing of, oh, we don't know what the strategy is. No one's supposed to know what the strategy is, because if we can figure out the strategy, then the Islamic regime can figure out the strategy as well. However, President Trump knows and understands that the Islamic regime has posed an existential threat to the United States since they came to power in 1979, chanting, death to America, calling America the great Satan. During the Iraq conflict, it was actually the Islamic regime through their proxies that were murdering thousands of American soldiers. And, when President Trump exterminated Qasem Soleimani back on January 2020, Iranians were happy and Iranians were grateful. And this whole nonsense about how the IRGC is now in charge, they've always been in charge. The IRGC was created back in 1979 by the Islamic regime to protect the revolution, to protect their jihad, and to basically protect the Islamic regime from the Iranian people and to prevent the Iranian people from rising up. So everything that's happening right now, this is basically what the Islamic regime has been doing. And shame on anyone who blames the United States for the fact that the Islamic regime has been engaging in war crimes and crimes against humanity against the Iranian people for the last 47 years. Because you know what? America was not involved when the Islamic regime murdered 22-year-old Mahsa Amini just because she was showing a strand of her hair. America was not involved when the Islamic regime shot 8-year-old Kian Pirfalak when he was sitting in the back seat of his father's car. Okay? The Islamic regime did all of this, and no one can blame America or Israel for this.
Okay, Vijay, I want to ask you, many proponents of strong military action, even within the Republican Party, argue that unless Iran is militarily defeated, they will pose a bigger danger to the region and the world than they did before the war. What do you make of that? Is that a sound assessment or is that warmongering?
Frankly, I think that there are some problems with an assessment like that, because on the one hand, and I know that my fellow panelists may not agree with me because we seem to have different realities, but you know, on the one hand, the Iranian government has said repeatedly that it's not interested in a nuclear weapon. Whether it is or isn't is not germane to what I'm saying now, which is that, in fact, this particular attempt, this military attempt by the United States, might provoke further nuclear proliferation in the region. If you followed the recent 123 agreement.
Do you see my face here? Do you see this guy, this communist, he's literally blaming the United States for the Islamic regime wanting to build a nuclear bomb. And I'm just like, my face is like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad am I listening to right now? Anyways, let's continue. Oh, guys, it gets worse. It gets worse.
That the United States and Saudi Arabia have made. This is an agreement that might lead to Saudi Arabia procuring a nuclear weapon.
They have said that that's not their intention. It's for civilian purposes.
Everybody seems to be saying that. That's absolutely correct, because that's exactly what the Iranians have also been saying, that it's not their intention. But I agree with you. That's what they've said. But the 123 agreement is a sign, potential sign of a further proliferation of nuclear weapons in the region. Israel has nuclear weapons. You know, other.
Did you see how he just like, he's like, Israel has nuclear weapons? Yeah, for good reason, because Israel is literally surrounded by 56 Muslim countries that chant death to Israel and want to destroy Israel. So yeah, so what if Israel has nuclear weapons? Good. I'm glad that Israel has nuclear weapons. I'm Israel Chai. God bless Israel. They need those nuclear weapons to make sure that they're not attacked by the other countries, right? And Israel has never threatened anyone with nukes the way that the Islamic regime has. Guys, the Islamic regime, literally on their propaganda TV networks, the Islamic regime has shared AI-generated videos on Durka News Network of how they plan on nuking the White House and Washington, D.C. and the Statue of Liberty, right? Israel has never once threatened to nuke anyone. So am I glad that Israel has nukes? Yes, 100%. The same reason that I'm happy that America has nukes. You know why? Because, you know, America as a leader of the free world is keeping the rest of us safe from you jihadis, right? But look, he's like, this conversation, this panel is supposed to be about Iran, but the guys, he's like, Israel has nukes. Good, I'm glad. You know what other country has nukes? Pakistan. Why does Pakistan have nukes, buddy? Why don't you talk about that?
Made. This is an agreement that might lead to Saudi Arabia procuring a nuclear weapon. This is
right. So he's blaming the United States for a bunch of Durka countries wanting to like get nuclear weapons.
Have said that that's not their intention. It's for civil.
Okay. Also, did you see how the news panelist she interjected? So when he was like, this might lead to Saudi Arabia having nuclear weapons, and she's like, no, Saudi Arabia has said that this is not their intention, because again, this is a Saudi Arabian news network. This is a Saudi Arabian news network, so you know, like they have to be like, I guess, pro-Saudi policy. Or guys, keep in mind, Saudi Arabia is not a free country. Saudi Arabia is not a free country, right? So the fact that I was on Saudi Arabian TV and I'm saying I love Israel, I support Israel, good for Israel, right? Like that, the news anchor she cut me off when I said that, but now when this communist, he's like, well, Saudi, this might create a nuclear weapon. She's like, no, Saudi, right? Because you know what she's worried about, guys? She's worried about. So, guys, I guarantee you that I'm probably never going to go back on Al Arabia anytime soon, if ever. But that's okay, guys. I had my one opportunity. I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna go on Saudi Arabia news, I'm gonna like I'm just gonna go for it, right? Like, go big or go home. So there you go. It was I went big.
This military attempt by the United States might provoke further nuclear proliferation in the region. If you followed the recent 123 agreement that the United States and Saudi Arabia have made, this is an agreement that might lead to Saudi Arabia procuring a nuclear weapon. This is
and right on cue. She's like, no.
This military attempt by the United States might provoke further nuclear proliferation in the region. If you followed the recent 123 agreement that the United States and Saudi Arabia have made, this is an agreement that might lead to Saudi Arabia procuring a nuclear weapon.
They have said that that's not their intention. It's for civilian purposes.
Everybody seems to be saying that. That's absolutely correct, because that's exactly what the Iranians have also been saying, that it's not their intention. But I
it's not the Iranians, you communists. It's the Islamic regime. I'm the Iranian on the panel.
agree with you. That's what they've said. But the 123 agreement is a potential sign of a further proliferation of nuclear weapons in the region. Israel has nuclear weapons. Other countries might now decide the best way to seek security is through a nuclear weapon. In fact, the Iranians might escalate to a nuclear weapon because they say that, look, you either look at Libya on the one side, gave up a weapon, everything was destroyed, and North Korea on the other. So this is a great danger, not only to West Asia, but all of Asia. If we're going to see nuclear proliferation in the region, this threatens the situation across Asia. So that's one thing I would say that I worry about, that this conflict might harden things and push these countries to go nuclear. Very dangerous. Secondly, Iran has not exhausted its escalation ladder.
Okay, guys. Do you know how hard it was for me at this part not to like burst out laughing? Because now this communist, he's like, guys, you haven't seen nothing yet. Iran, he means the Islamic regime. He's like, the Islamic regime is holding back. They haven't even unleashed their military power against the United States yet. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, guys, I was trying really hard. To be professional, but just listen to this. So he's basically saying that like the Islamic regime, I hate when he says Iran. He's like the Islamic regime has not even unleashed the full force of their strength yet, right?
Situation across Asia. So that's one thing I would say that I worry about, that this conflict might harden things and push these countries to go nuclear. Very dangerous. Secondly, Iran has not exhausted its escalation ladder. It still has a number of quite dangerous options, which I think the United States is not,
Hey, do you see my face? I'm just like, yeah, oh, okay. Do you see me? I'm just like, right? Like, what is? I'm like, what is this right now? What am I listening to right now? Right?
Things and push these countries to go nuclear. Very dangerous. Secondly, Iran has not exhausted its escalation ladder. It still has a number of quite dangerous options, which I think the United States is not, factored in. For instance, Iranian forces, whether they are pro-Iranian or they are proxy forces or whatever, in Iraq and other regions Other parts of the region haven't blown the whistle yet. They haven't started to act. The United States has to be aware that Iran is holding back. Its escalation has some potential to it. They can rise in the escalation ladder, whereas the United States has almost come to the very top. That's why I earlier said, not facetiously, that you might have to drop a nuclear bomb on Tehran.
So guys, this is the second time. This is the second time that this communist is like, oh, the Islamic regime is holding back because otherwise the United States is going to have to nuke Tehran. Like, what? Like, do you see my face here? Do you see my face? You know what? I paused at the perfect moment. Do you see my face? I'm just like, really? Really? Right? Like, I'm like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad am I listening to right now?
Started to act. The United States has to be aware that Iran is holding back. Its escalation has some potential to it. They can rise in the escalation ladder, whereas the United States has almost come to the very top. That's why I earlier said, not facetiously, that you might have to drop a nuclear bomb on Tehran. That's what worries me. What worries me with the whole shock and awe mentality, which begins, with the war on Iraq in 2003, is that the United States military has ceased to think about escalation. It goes hard. It goes very hard at the beginning, and then you're sort of stuck if it doesn't work. What do you do next? Do you keep going hard? Do you try to go harder? Harder is very dangerous. So they've run out of very many military options. What remains are political options. And when it comes to political options, it looks like, with the help of the Pakistanis, the Omanis, and others, that Iran might have the upper hand at this moment. So you have to...
Sorry. Do you see my face? Do you see my face? As soon as he says Iran might have the upper moment, I'm literally biting my lips. I'm literally trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh out loud. I'm like, what? What? Like, I'm literally sitting there and I'm like, is this real? Did he actually say this? Like, this guy is literally saying that the Islamic regime has the upper hand, and I'm just sitting there and I'm kind of laughing. I mean, I'm biting my lip, but guys, I'm trying to be composed here. Like, I have to be composed on, these guys. I have to be as professional as I can be. I mean, obviously, once in a while, like, someone says something and it's just like, I can't help it. But, at this point, when this idiot was speaking, I was like, all right, like, I was like, Goldie, brace yourself for anything and everything, right? So here I am, literally biting my lips, trying not to laugh at the fact that this guy is like, do you understand what he just said? He said, because Pakistan is helping the Islamic regime has the upper hand over the United States, right? So the Islamic regime is more powerful than the United States because Pakistan is helping them. And I'm just like, what? How can he even take that seriously? Oh my gosh. Right? The guy's like, Pakistan and Oman, by the way, Oman. So he's like, Pakistan and Oman are helping the Islamic regime. Therefore, the Islamic regime occupying Iran is more powerful than the United States. And I'm just like, okay. Like, honestly, like, you can't even respond. Like, what am I even supposed to say to this? Like, what am I supposed to say? The guy's literally insane. Like, he's literally an idiot, right? So the best way is to just kind of ignore it, right?
Facetiously, that you might have to drop a nuclear bomb on Tehran.
Yeah, okay.
That's what worries me. What worries me...
Right, so remember, this communist, he's more worried about the United States dropping a nuclear bomb on Tehran than he is about the Islamic regime dropping nukes on the rest of the world, which way more likely that the Islamic regime is going to, drop nuclear bombs, right? But this is the second time that he's now he's accused the United States of, like, trying to bomb or nuke Like the second time that he's, yeah, right, exactly. Like, pack it up, boys. Pack it up, go home, boys. Pakistan entered the chat, right? That's basically what he's saying. So he's accusing the United States of wanting to like nuke Tehran, which is totally false, right? That's never ever been on the table. And then he's like, oh, because Pakistan is helping the Islamic regime, Pakistan and Oman, by the way, you know, America should just pack it up and go home because they can't beat the Islamic regime, right?
Me with the whole shock and awe mentality.
And then by the way, like, this is like, this idiot, he actually had the audacity to accuse me of being a clown show, right? This is how stupid these people are, right? Remember, every accusation is an admission of guilt. So both of them started out by attacking me, and they're like, oh, this is a clown show. And then they say the most idiotic things I've literally ever heard, right? So,
which begins, you know, with the war on Iraq in 2003, is that the United States military has ceased to think about escalation. It goes hard. It goes very hard at the beginning, and then you're sort of stuck if it doesn't work. What do you do next? Do you keep going hard? Do you try to go harder? Harder is very dangerous. So they've run out of very many military options. What remains are political options.
Yeah, apparently he's also a military strategist.
And when it comes to political options, it looks like,
he's also a political strategist, by the way, right?
Like, with the help of the Pakistanis, the Omanis, and others, that Iran might have the upper hand at this moment. So you have to.
No, guys, I can't get over that. I can't get over that. I'm sorry, guys. He's like, with the help of the Pakistanis and the Omanis, that the Islamic regime has the upper hand over the United States. I'm like, are you kidding me? Right? Oman and Pakistan, supposedly, right? So Oman and Pakistan, supposedly, combined, are stronger than the U.S. military. So, you know what? Texas. Do you now understand why, like, before I started this interview, like this clip, I was like, Texas, like, get a drink or grab a stress ball because this is going to be a wild ride? Now you know. Do you see what I've been dealing with all day? Like, this is... like, this is... I was like, you know, and I basically, guys, Americans, I warned you. I said, you know, this is going to be a special edition of Iran Revolution Live, and I warned you guys. I was like, we're good. I'm glad that you guys are laughing, because like the entire time that I was like filming, like I was recording this and I was there, all I could think of was, I cannot wait to share this with all of you know, our American viewers. Because again, the guy's like, Oman and Pakistan. Iran has the upper hand because of Oman and Pakistan.
Parts of the region haven't blown the whistle yet. They haven't started to act. The United States has to be aware that Iran is holding back. Its escalation has some potential to it. They can rise in the escalation ladder, whereas the United States has almost come to the very top. That's why I earlier said, not facetiously, that you might have to drop a nuclear bomb on Tehran. That's what worries me. What worries me with the whole shock and awe mentality, which begins, you know, with the war on Iraq in 2003, is that the United States military has ceased to think about escalation. It goes hard. It goes very hard at the beginning, and then you're sort of stuck if it doesn't work. What do you do next? Do you keep going hard? Do you try to go harder? Harder is very dangerous. So they've run out of very many military options. What remains are political options. And when it comes to political options, it looks like, with the help of the Pakistanis, the Omanis, and others, that Iran might have the upper hand at this moment. So you have to divide this between the military options and the strategic political options. And when it comes to the military options, it looks like the United States is near the top of the escalation ladder. When it comes to the strategic political options, I think the US is being played by Iran, Pakistan, and Oman.
Goldie, do you...
Guys, Americans, pack it up, go home. Because the United States, you guys have been played by Pakistan, Oman, and the Islamic regime. Oh my god. Oh, Savok is like Chimikishan, you know, Chimuna. I don't know what they're smoking. I don't know what drugs they're on, but all I can say is, guys, like, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad.
Moment. So you have to divide this between the military options and the strategic political options. And when it comes to the military options, it looks like the United States is near the top of the escalation ladder. When it comes to the strategic political options, I think the US is being played by Iran, Pakistan, and Oman.
Goldie, do you think that this conflict is increasing the danger of a nuclear buildup, not just in the region, but globally? In saying that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, has the United States, in effect, made so many countries now consider the need for a nuclear option?
I think it's absolutely incorrect to blame the United States for anything. Keep in mind, Iran actually signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty back when the Shah was in power. And since the Islamic regime took over, they have spent over $2 trillion building at least 3 secret underground nuclear facilities. And as a former politician who worked on the energy file in Ontario briefly, what I can tell you is that, no government spends $2 trillion building underground nuclear facilities, under mountains because, they want to build a kebab stand or a botanical garden. So the Islamic regime has been trying to get to nuclear proliferation and create the nuclear bomb for several years. And, God bless Israel for what they did last year. And of course, God bless America as well for bombing and destroying those 3 nuclear facilities. However, now we've also heard about Pickaxe Mountain, another secret underground facility. So the Islamic regime has been engaging in this behavior for a very long time, because again, I monitor Islamic regime state TV, and what the imams and what the jihadis are saying is that it is their Allah given right to build and develop nuclear bombs. And God forbid the Islamic regime ever obtain a nuclear bomb, because if you think right now the situation is bad, just imagine how much worse it's going to be when you have this jihadi death cult that yells death to America and death to Israel, sending nuclear bombs everywhere. And there's a reason that Saudi Arabia is now allying with the United States in bombing and destroying IRGC bases and facilities, because even Saudi Arabia recognizes the dangers. So I think we should all be grateful to America and Israel for pretty much stopping the Islamic regime in their tracks and preventing them from getting a nuclear bomb, because that's the trajectory that they were going down.
And just for...
Oh, and then of course, because, this is a Saudi Arabian news channel, she has to clarify, right? So that the Saudi Arabians don't like Aladdin her, right? So remember, anytime someone says something about Saudi Arabia, she has to clarify, otherwise she'll be like Aladdin, right?
Clarity, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hasn't been actively involved in numerous operations. This was one joint operation that it conducted with the United States on proxies in Iraq.
And the
hasn't
Houthis
been,
as well. And the Houthis.
And but it hasn't been targeting Iran itself, and has been warning other countries, including the United States, to decrease this escalation ladder.
No, guys, this isn't Al Jazeera. So someone is asking, this is not Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is Qatar. This is Al Arabia. Let me just share this really briefly for our, because we have a lot of new viewers. So this is Al Arabia. Oh, sorry, sorry, I mispronounced it. It's Al Arabia. Al Arabia is a Saudi news channel. And this is the first time that I've been on a Saudi news channel. Probably the last time that I will ever be on a Saudi news channel. which is why I was like, this is like my one shot. I'm going to go for it, which is why I'm like super pro-Israel on Saudi TV. I'm pro-America on Saudi TV. And yeah. So Al Arabiya, again, not like not a news network that I would let me put it this way. If I'm searching for news about the Middle East, I would never go to Al Arabiya. I just wouldn't, right? Like I don't view this as like a credible media outlet because this is biased towards Saudi policy, right? But when they were like, Goldie, we want you on a panel to like defend Iran, I was like, all right, fine, I'll come, right? Because that's a little different. And I went there. Oh, really? Oh my gosh, guys, I'm on the APAC list. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I'm Yisrael Chai. Wow, I'm on the APAC list. That's amazing because I'm not even American. And APAC is for Americans. So, Jurgen Van, since you are the expert on APAC, could you please email APAC and let them know that I'm still waiting for my check, right? Like, because apparently I've been on the APAC list for, I don't know, the last 10 years, but I haven't been paid yet. So, yeah, can you just go back to your contacts in APAC and tell them that I'm still waiting for my paycheck, even though I'm not American. And, APAC is an American lobby group. So there you go. But yeah, there you go, guys. So guys, that person, Jurgen, whatever, coming with the receipts. Oh no, guys, I've been exposed. Guys, I have been exposed. Oh no. You know what? I'm just going to wrap it up. I'm going to wrap it up. Right? I just have to pack it up, right? Because, just like that Durka said, right? Oman and Pakistan, just because Oman and Pakistan are helping, because Oman and Pakistan are helping the Islamic regime, Americans, guys, just retreat, right? Just retreat because Oman and Pakistan have entered the game. So I don't know, like how is U.S. military might going to stand up to Oman and Pakistan, right?
In numerous operations, this was one joint operation that it conducted with the United States.
By the way, guys, I knew what I was doing here. I knew what I was doing here when I said that Saudi Arabia was helping the United States to boom the IRGC, right? Like, guys, everything I say here, I know exactly what I'm doing. I know this is a Saudi Arabian news network. States in bombing and destroying IRGC bases and facilities. God bless Israel for what they did last year. And of course, God bless America as well for bombing and destroying those 3 nuclear facilities. However, now we've also heard about Pickaxe Mountain, another secret underground facility. I know. So the Islamic regime has been engaging in this behavior for a very long time because, again, I monitor Islamic regime state TV, and what the imams and what the jihadis are saying is that it is their Allah given right to build and develop nuclear bombs. And God forbid the Islamic regime ever obtain a nuclear bomb, because if you think right now the situation is bad, just imagine how much worse it's going to be when you have this jihadi death cult that yells death to America and death to Israel, sending nuclear bombs everywhere. And there's a reason that Saudi Arabia is now allying with the United States in bombing and destroying IRGC bases and facilities, because even Saudi Arabia recognizes the dangers. So I think we should all be grateful to America and Israel for pretty much stopping the Islamic regime in their tracks and preventing them from getting a nuclear bomb, because that's the trajectory that they were going down.
And just for clarity, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hasn't been actively involved in numerous operations. This was one joint operation that it conducted with the United States on proxies in Iraq.
And the
hasn't
Houthis
been,
as well. And the Houthis.
And yeah, but it hasn't been targeting Iran itself, and has been warning other countries, including the United States, to decrease this escalation ladder. Tobias, this idea of an increased nuclear danger. President Trump has again reiterated Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. It says it had never intended to, but is it increasing the impetus to nuclearize their military, given the escalation ladder that we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot to unpick there. Firstly, what America did in pushing back Iran's nuclear ambitions was phenomenal. There's no doubt about it, bearing much of the capability in the mountains because of the bombing that took place. But it's done a lot more than that. We know that. And if there was a potential breakout period that was shortened, that Iran were able to procure even a low yield nuclear weapon, I suspect Britain would be upfront working with America to make sure that never happened, using potential military force as well. But our own agencies say that we're a long way off from that. Certainly that's been pushed back even further, which takes us back to today as to what is the strategy. The Houthis have been mentioned, the Hamas and Hezbollah. Where is the separate but linked strategy to tackle what the Houthis are doing in Yemen? Where is the strategy to unpick and push back what Hezbollah, the political strategy, not the military one, what Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon? It was so sad to visit Lebanon over the last decade or so and see the demise of the the normal governance there, because the Hezbollah was able to provide even schooling, communities and so forth, members of parliament.
So this is insane, guys. So the reason that the Lebanese government is in demise is because of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is occupying southern Lebanon and they're 100% funded by the Islamic regime. You idiots. Like the guys, like at this point, like I'm trying so hard not to swear. And then he's like, the Hezbollah. Like, who calls it the Hezbollah? What does that even mean, the Hezbollah? It's Hezbollah. And then he's like, oh, Hezbollah is providing schooling because the Lebanese government can't. Really? Why is that? That's because Hezbollah are terrorists. Like he's not even making sense here. I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to this. I'm like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad am I listening to right now? Like, what is this part? Like, I don't even know what he's saying. It's just like, it's word salad. He's just like, the Hezbollah, Lebanon, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what is he saying? I don't even know what he's talking about.
And using potential military force as well. But our own agencies say that we're a long way off from that. Certainly that's been pushed back even further, which takes us back to today as to what is the strategy. The Houthis have been mentioned, the Hamas and Hezbollah. Where is the separate but linked strategy to tackle what the Houthis are doing in Yemen? Where is the strategy to unpick and push back what Hezbollah, the political strategy, not the military one, what Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon? It was so sad to visit Lebanon over the last decade or so and see the demise of the normal governance there, because the Hezbollah was able to provide even schooling, communities and so forth, members of parliament, because the absence of government or other political parties able to fill that space. That's where the international community, led by America possibly, should be working. That is the political strategy that would then limit what Iranians' involvement, its proxy toxic influence across the Middle East. But in this bombing of Iran, week on, we don't hear of the detail to say this is what we'd like to do in Lebanon. This is what we'd like to do in Gaza. I mean, why hasn't Hamas been completely disarmed? Surely that was part of the...
Well, Hamas hasn't been completely disarmed because they're jihadi terrorists who do not want to be disarmed. This is wild. Do you see? Like, guys, he's blaming the United States and Israel for the fact that a bunch of like inbred savage Palestinians who go, oh, no, death to America, death to Israel, they haven't been disarmed. Really? Really? You're blaming the United States and Israel for the fact that a bunch of 7th century inbred jihadi savages haven't been disarmed. Wow, okay. Like, do you like this is the non, oh my gosh. This is what I've been dealing with all day, right? So yeah, I'm sharing my frustration with you guys now because I'm literally sitting there and I'm like, my face is like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad am I listening to right now? Like, what is this garbage nonsense?
because the absence of government or other political parties able to fill that space. That's where the international community, led by America possibly, should be working. That is the political strategy that would then limit what Iranians' involvement, its proxy toxic influence across the Middle East. But in this bombing of Iran, week on, we don't hear of the detail to say this is what we'd like to do in Lebanon. This is what we'd like to do in Gaza. I mean, why hasn't Hamas been completely disarmed? Surely that was part of the 20-point plan, but they're kicking around. They're still there. They're still empowered. Things might have moved on the last few days, but ultimately you're then left with Iran's proxy influence continuing, despite the fact that the United States.
Yeah, this is literally why. Like, do you see? Like, he's literally proving my point. This is why I've said and I'm still saying, you cannot negotiate with terrorists. If you want to get rid of the Islamic regime threat, you have to exterminate the Islamic regime because they are a cancer. And if you leave even one cancer cell alive, then it will come back, and it will come back even stronger. So this guy, he's like, why are they still around? Yeah, because you have to exterminate them because these people do not want peace. You idiot. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. Guys, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. Right? Like, guys, I was holding my composure so much here. Just look at my face. Like, I'm just, oof.
That's where the international community, led by America possibly, should be working. That is the political strategy that would then limit what Iranians' involvement, its proxy toxic influence across the Middle East. But in this bombing of Iran, week on, we don't hear of the detail to say this is what we'd like to do in Lebanon. This is what we'd like to do in Gaza. I mean, why hasn't Hamas been completely disarmed? Surely that was part of the 20-point plan, but they're kicking around. They're still there. They're still empowered. Things might have moved on the last few days, but ultimately you're then left with Iran's proxy influence continuing, despite the fact that the United States has hit Iran hard. And I point again to the fact that, yes, you do declare the strategy so everybody else can see where you actually want to go. That doesn't unveil the tactics, which I think is what Goldie is perhaps confusing with. The tactics you absolutely keep close to your chest. And I can say that again as a military person. You don't share what you're going to do, but you do share the end result, the end game as to what your objective.
So did you see, even there, he still felt the need to like throw a jab at me, right? He's like, oh, I think Goldie is confused, right? Like, so I'm literally, guys, this is what I mean. I'm literally being attacked by the communist, guy, and then the supposed conservative guy. Both of them are constantly attacking me because I'm just shutting down their propaganda and their narrative, and they don't like that. So then he's like, oh, I think Goldie is confused. Yeah, okay, I'm not confused, buddy. You're the one who's like talking about the Hezbollah.
Has hit Iran hard. And I point again to the fact that, yes, you do declare the strategy so everybody else can see where you actually want to go. That doesn't unveil the tactics, which I think is what Goldie is perhaps confusing with. The tactics you absolutely keep close to your chest. And I can say that again as a military person. You don't share what you're going to do, but you do share the end result, the end game as to what your objectives are, because that makes sure that people stay on your side. And I'm afraid America, apart from Israel, we have to say, many right across the world are questioning, where are you going with this, Donald Trump? Where does it take you?
Okay.
Goldie, where do you have a response to that, or then I'm going to move us on to our next segment?
President Trump has already said what his strategy is. He said that the Islamic regime can never have a nuclear weapon. The Islamic regime is still trying to build a nuclear weapon, and so President Trump has made it very clear. Either you agree that you will never have a nuclear weapon and you allow the United States to come in and take the enriched uranium, or we're going to destroy you. And it seems like the Islamic regime.
Why does the war continue on? Why does the war continue on then? If it's destroyed,
because the
looks like a
Islamic regime is insane and they won't surrender. That's why it's continuing. The Islamic regime won't surrender. The Islamic regime has said from the get-go that if push comes to shove, they will rather do a scorched earth strategy. And they will use the Iranian people as human shields and hostages in order to guarantee and ensure their survival. This is why the Iranian people are grateful for President Trump and Israel doing what they're doing. And, they're saying, just, finish the job. Because when it comes to the Islamic regime, if their lips are moving, they are lying. They engage in taqiyya. It's what they've done for 47 years. And President Trump is calling out their nonsense.
So you're saying by that there has to be regime change in order for the United States to declare any form of victory. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that for the United States to
you just said that.
I said for the United States to declare victory, they have to destroy the Islamic regime. Ultimately, regime change is a responsibility.
Which is exactly
regime change
so
is don't interrupt me, because now you are confusing the two things. There's a difference between destroying your enemy.
I'm asking.
There's a difference between destroying your enemy, which is the IRGC, versus the Iranian people rising to overthrow the Islamic regime. Two separate things, so I would appreciate if you can understand that distinction between the IRGC and the Islamic regime. Do not try to trump an Iranian who has been speaking about this and raising awareness about this like literally my entire life. So keep in mind, guys, okay, let me pull up the boom boom bingo sheet here, right? So this is like, and you guys already know what I'm referring to, right? So if we look at the boom boom bingo sheet, okay, so this is our boom boom bingo sheet, right? As you can see, the IRGC, okay, this square here, the IRGC is one element of the Islamic regime, okay? The entire system is the Islamic regime. And what I'm saying is that the reason that Iranians can't rise up is because of the IRGC, right? And remember, the IRGC was created in 1979 to prevent the Iranian people from rising up to overthrow the regime. The regime, it includes all of these other boxes, right? The regime is like these people, and like these people here, and the regime includes the assembly of experts and the state media, all these other boxes, right? All these other boxes. So that foolish man, he thought he could trump me, right? Like he thought he could trump me by catching me in I don't know, some sort I don't know what he was trying to do, but he thought he had outsmarted me. And I'm like, no, the IRGC needs to be destroyed. The IRGC needs to be destroyed so that the Iranian people can overthrow the Islamic regime. Because the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is the military, the paramilitary branch that was created by the Durkas, by the turban heads, to keep the Islamic regime in power, right? But again, these guys are so stupid, right? They literally know nothing about Iran. They know nothing about the Islamic regime, that he thought that he could somehow trump me. Oh, they're one and the same. No, they're not, you idiot. Anyways, let's go back to that. So anyways, I call him out, right? But I call him out, but there you go, guys. So that's where he's like, oh, you just said the regime. And I'm like, you idiot. Anyways. Islamic regime, if their lips are moving, they are lying. They engage in taqiyya. It's what they've done for 47 years. And President Trump is calling out their nonsense.
So you're saying by that there has to be regime change in order for the United States to declare any form of victory. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that, for the United States to
you just said that.
I said for the United States to declare victory, they have to destroy the Islamic regime. Ultimately, regime change is a responsibility.
Which is exactly.
Regime change
so
is don't interrupt me, because now you are confusing the two things. There's a difference between destroying your enemy.
I'm asking.
There's a difference between destroying your enemy, which is the IRGC, versus the Iranian people rising to overthrow the Islamic regime. Two separate things, so I would appreciate if you can understand that distinction between the IRGC and the Islamic regime. Do not try to trump an Iranian who has been speaking about this and raising awareness about this like literally my entire life, okay? So I don't know who
I'm
you
not
think
trying to
you
do
are.
that. I was just trying to seek clarity as to...
Yeah, so the clarity is there's a difference between the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary
you
Guard
made it
Corps,
clear.
versus the Islamic regime, which are the Ayatollahs governing through Sharia law. Two different things.
I didn't realize Donald Trump wanted a regime change, because he's not said that for a little while now. So thank you for clarifying. That's what Donald Trump is trying to do.
I never said that. I said the Iranian people. I said there's
You did. You just said it.
No, I said President Trump's goal is to destroy the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. The Iranian people, ultimately, it's our responsibility to rise up and overthrow the Islamic regime. The IRGC is just one branch of the Islamic regime. The Islamic regime has many different branches. The IRGC is one aspect of the Islamic regime.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to U.S. domestic implications for President Trump. He has said openly that he isn't particularly fazed by the upcoming midterm elections, but surely the blowback from what is an unpopular war must be of a concern to his fellow Republicans, because
So this is, you know what? This is actually really important, guys, because, President Trump claims that Saudi Arabia is an ally. One of the reasons I actually agreed to do this panel is because I also wanted to see what the Saudi Arabian talking points are, right? Because I usually I never tune into like Saudi Arabia news, right? Like I'm never going to get that, right? But apparently the narrative, like the approved talking points within Saudi Arabia, is that this is an unpopular war, and that the vast majority of Americans are against President Trump. Remember, guys, when Jassim was on here, Jassim was calling out the Saudi Arabians, right? So this is why I did this interview, because I was curious to see like what sort of narrative we're gonna hear in Saudi Arabian news. So there you go, guys. These are the so-called allies. Americans, these are your allies. Literally in English, they're saying that, this war is unpopular with Americans. So there you go, guys, of the Islamic regime.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to U.S. domestic implications for President Trump. He has said openly that he isn't particularly fazed by the upcoming midterm elections, but surely the blowback from what is an unpopular war must be of a concern to his fellow Republicans, because...
Oh, wait, by the way, guys, if you think this is as bad as it gets, we're about to get to the worst part. We're about to get to the worst part, and then this part that we get to, that's when I'm just like, you know what? I'm done. Mentally, I'm like, I'm done. And you guys will know exactly what I'm speaking about when we get to it, because it's coming up very, very soon, right? Of the Islamic regime.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to U.S. domestic implications for President Trump. He has said openly that he isn't particularly fazed by the upcoming midterm elections, but surely the blowback from what is an unpopular war must be of a concern to his fellow Republicans, because fuel prices have surged up more than 30% since the war began, and numerous consecutive opinion polls from a vast swathe of different polling companies all show that Americans are unhappy with the war. The very fact that the president continues to back down from his threats to escalate the conflict is a sign to many that he's looking for an off-ramp. VJ, has President Trump and his administration finally turned against the more hawkish neoconservatives within the party who want further conflict? Or is that wishful thinking?
Interestingly, it's the old line from Bill Clinton. It's the economy, stupid. And the reason I say that is 24 hours ago, Donald Trump scolded the oil executives saying, bring the price of oil down. Very interesting to see a US president effectively demand that a coterie of oil executives by his command can bring oil prices down. That was interesting. It is true that when there was the first sniff of a new ceasefire, oil prices did begin to dip downwards a little bit. But they are not reacting very well. They are not going to follow the command of Donald Trump because there's a lot of anxiety about the question of the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot of anxiety, not just about Iran, but about escalation in Ukraine, about other oil markets being disrupted. There's a great deal of anxiety about that. And as a consequence, food and fuel price inflation up are not only around the world, but also in the United States. And I will say it's interesting to watch people like Tucker.
Guys, it's about to get worse. I paused right before, but what name do you think he's about to say? Yeah, guys. So this is the part where I'm just like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad is happening? Oh yeah, guys. He's about to go on a whole like Tucker Carlson. Oh yeah, no. So when I told you that it gets worse, I was not exaggerating, right? Everything that you think you listened to right now, if you thought that was bad, no. That was just like, that was the pre-show, because now we're getting to Tucker Carlson. Oh my gosh.
Markets being disrupted. There's a great deal of anxiety about that. And as a consequence, food and fuel price inflation up are not only around the world, but also in the United States. And I will say it's interesting to watch people like Tucker Carlson, who recently gathered together a group of...
Wait, let's go back. Just look at my face. Look at my face here, okay? Look at my face on the right side of the screen. Like, as soon as he says Tucker Carlson, you can just see like the very like small, minute shift in my expression. And my face is just like, what the F, basically.
Markets being disrupted. There's a great deal of anxiety about that. And as a consequence, food and fuel price inflation up are not only around the world, but also in the United States. And I will say it's interesting to watch people like Tucker Carlson, who recently gathered together a group of former MAGA, hardcore MAGAites, to open a front against Donald Trump. And one of the lines of that front is the question of Israel and the question of Iran. It's very interesting to see the biography, the recent biography of Tucker Carlson, who moved from being quite a loyal Trump man to really carving out a most idiosyncratic political space, which has included a departure from his previous alignment with Israel. Very interesting development. And I think Mr. Carlson, who, by the way, was a student at a college where I used to teach many years ago, Tucker Carlson...
Yeah, that's not bragging rights, buddy. Like, oh, Tucker Carlson was a student of the college I used to teach. That's not bragging rights. That's literally like, okay, so you're both part of the same garbage ideology. Did you catch that? Like this guy, this communist is like bragging about this, right? As if like this is like some sort of, I don't know, man.
Of Israel and the question of Iran. It's very interesting to see the biography, the recent biography of Tucker Carlson, who moved from being quite a loyal Trump man to really carving out a most idiosyncratic political space, which has included a departure from his previous alignment with Israel. Very interesting development. And I think Mr. Carlson, who, by the way, was a student at a college where I used to teach many years ago.
Wait, what's guys? Pop quiz time. What would I respond to him, or what would an Iranian respond to this person, who's bragging about this garbage thing that happened, right? How would we sarcastically say, like, good job? Pop quiz, I shared this phrase with you earlier in the live stream. No, not Bisharaf. It starts with an H, remember? Handad. Oh, you know what? This is close. This is close. Honar. There you go. Honar. Honar kardi. There you go. Laszlo got it. Honar kardi, right? So when this guy, he's like, oh, I taught at the college where Tucker Carlson went to school. It's like Honar kardi, right? Like, oh wow, like you accomplished something amazing. It's like a sarcastic way of saying like, oh, good for you, right? There you go. So Honar kardi, Bisharaf.
The most idiosyncratic political space, which has included a departure from his previous alignment with Israel. Very interesting development. And I think Mr. Carlson, who, by the way, was a student at a college where I used to teach many years ago, Tucker Carlson, I think, has carved this space out because he recognizes that a section of the base of Mr. Trump is just not interested in any of this stuff because they are getting hit so hard at home, around the kitchen table and so on. That's why I started with Bill Clinton's line, it's the economy, stupid. You can have as many, large macro questions as you want. You can debate morality all you want. It's of no interest if you can't balance the checkbook at the end of the month. And oil prices are just not going to come down. As I said, I'm sitting in London today and watching Andy Burnham's new government. Mr. Burnham is struggling with this as well. His talk about rethinking North Sea oil. By the way, not so easy to drill up there, not so easy to open those wells up. But still, just the suggestion of it has sparked the first sign of discontent with Mr. Burnham, a novel feeling in the Labour Party. But that kind of thing, where you're seeing the inflation lead the political debate in these countries rather than the consequences of a war far away. I think that's something people should not lose focus of. You've got to focus sometimes on the pocketbook.
Tobias, I see you shaking your head. Yeah.
I think the Tucker Carlson is a very interesting character. He's been very brave, having been such.
Do you see my face? I'm just like, what? Now, like the British dude, he's like, I think Tucker Carlson is very interesting. He's been very brave, and I'm just like, I'm literally like just holding back. I'm just like, what? Right? So do you guys all understand? Like this was a very interesting panel because I've never been on a panel before where I have to represent not only the Iranian people but of course American and Israeli people all at once. And honestly, it was a lot of fun. If Al Arabiya invited me for like another one of these panels, I'll totally go back just because it was just really fun to just like, I don't know, like just, they were freaking out. They don't know what to do. They couldn't counter any of my arguments, right? So they were just attacking me. They were like, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about, right? But, yeah, like this was so because whenever I've been on like other panels, there's always been at least like an American or like an Israeli, right? So, but this is like the first time where I've had to represent or like defend all three countries and all three interests, and it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, right? So I was super proud, and for all the Americans who are watching, for all of the Israelis who are watching. I hope I did a good job. I hope I did you guys proud. Like I wasn't expecting to go there and have to defend America and Israel, but more than happy to. But I hope I did you guys proud. I hope I didn't say anything inappropriate, but I tried my best to represent patriots from both countries. So
a supporter of Donald Trump.
Something people should not lose focus of. You've got to focus sometimes on the pocketbook.
Tobias, I see you
something.
shaking your head. Yeah.
I think the Tucker Carlson is a very interesting character. He's been very brave, having been such a supporter of Donald Trump, to now come out and speak his mind and say, listen, I don't agree where things are going. It shows you the sheer power that Donald Trump has managed to accumulate. I mean, we've had news here in the UK of Donald Trump's recent veterans golf tournament, where apparently he won. And now reports are coming out about he cheated, he knocked the ball in with his hands and so forth. It shows how people are almost scared of Donald Trump in America to actually challenge him. But what you started off by saying is that the prices, oil prices, the gas prices in the fuel pumps and so forth, when the economy is now impacted, people are daring to say, where are we going with all this? Where is Trump taking America? Not just in a more isolationist route. There's an understandable populist, I think, rally to say, let's look after America, America first. But when it comes with consequences, not just in falling out with allies, and Greenland is another great example of falling out with Denmark and Canada, but also with Britain too.
So he tried to bait me. He tried to bait me with the Canada comment because I'm Canadian, but I didn't fall for it. I kept my mouth shut because there's a reason that I didn't say anything. But let's be honest, this guy is blaming President Trump for the fact that Mark Carney supports jihadis, right? Remember, Mark Carney went to a Muslim Brotherhood event in Canada and said Muslim values are Canadian values, right? So now he's trying to bait me. He's like, oh, look, America is alienating its allies like Canada, right? Because he wanted to bait me as a Canadian. I didn't take the bait, guys. I'm smarter than that. Don't worry. But I have a good response to this. But anyway, that's what he's trying to do, right?
America first. But when it comes with consequences, not just in falling out with allies, and Greenland is another great example of falling out with Denmark and Canada, but also with Britain too, and the tariffs and so forth. People are daring to question where Donald Trump is taking America. So the midterms themselves, I think, will be very telling indeed, and to see whether it checks his behavior, or whether he will continue to dig in and say, actually, I've got an advance as to where I want to take America. I've got friends that actually applied to work on the Trump administration, and they're on the foreign policy side of things, working for American think tanks and so forth. And the first question they got asked when they went into the room is, do you believe that that election in 2020 was stolen? And
yeah, good. That is an important question to ask, because President Trump literally just came out with a statement showing how there was election fraud in 2020. You idiot, right? Like, what is this? What is this? Do you guys, he's literally, it's just like a word salad. It's just like he's throwing up like a word salad of just random anti-Trump talking points. And those think tanks, were those think tanks funded by US aid? Good. I'm glad those think tanks have been defunded, right? Good. I'm glad.
Dig in and say, actually, I've got an advance as to where I want to take America. I've got friends that actually applied to work on the Trump administration, and they're on the foreign policy side of things, working for American think tanks and so forth. And the first question they got asked when they went into the room is, do you believe that that election in 2020 was stolen? And if you don't answer, yes, it was stolen, the interview ends. That's
good. Yes, that's how it should be, because guys, as a former politician, right? Like, you hire people who support your political perspective. That's literally how politics works. That's literally how politics works. And then this guy, he's like, oh, if people are opposed to President Trump, they can't work in his administration. Gee, I wonder why. Because why would you want to have people getting top secret clearance, working in departments when they're against the current administration? Like, you idiot. Of course. Like, if you're not aligned with the current administration, why would they hire you? Like, right? Like, do you see my face here? My face is literally like my expression is like, you idiot. You idiot. Anyways. It's just literally utter garbage and nonsense, right?
They were on the foreign policy side of things, working for American think tanks and so forth. And the first question they got asked when they went into the room is, do you believe that the that election in 2020 was stolen? And if you don't answer, yes, it was stolen, the interview ends. That's, I'm afraid, where political thinking is in the Republican Party at the moment. And that's very, very dangerous indeed. And it means that you're then left with either apologists, absolutely, who are going to sycophantically support Donald Trump, or you get people on the opposite side of the aisle, rather than people who actually say, actually, I support a strong American president. He's dared to step forward and deal with Iran, but I question the strategy, and I would like him to do something differently.
Okay, Goldie, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to give us a rapid fire round in just a moment, but just your brief response to that, Goldie. Do you think we are seeing Republicans question, as Tobias said, where President Trump is taking America, or do you think that they're rallying around his Iran strategy?
I see Republicans rallying around President Trump's America, strategy when it comes to the Islamic regime, and we're seeing that in the primaries. So, I mean, anyone who quotes Tucker Carlson immediately loses my respect. I mean, everyone knows where Tucker Carlson's loyalties lie. Just follow the money.
All right, before we wrap up, a very rapid fire round to all of you. If I can get a brief response. VJ?
Did you guys like my response? Did you guys like my response? Right? Boom! I was just like, anyone who supports Tucker Carlson loses my respect. Just follow the money. You know what? I wasn't as clear as I wanted to be because, guys, like, I'm literally holding back at this point, right? Like, I'm just like, right? Like, I'm holding back because I've been listening to like so much garbage jihadi nonsense. Yeah, like, push-ups, you're right. Like, I literally stuttered trying not to swear. Like, that's how insane it was right now, right? But guys, I made it work. Right? Listen to this again.
I'm going to give us a rapid fire round in just a moment, but just your brief response to that, Goldie. Do you think we are seeing Republicans question, as Tobias said, where President Trump is taking America, or do you think that they're rallying around his Iran strategy?
I see Republicans rallying around President Trump's America, strategy when it comes to the Islamic regime, and we're seeing that in the primaries. So, I mean, anyone who quotes Tucker Carlson immediately loses my respect. I mean, everyone knows where Tucker Carlson's loyalties lie. Just follow the money.
All right, before we wrap up, a very rapid fire round to all of you. If I can get a brief response. VJ, to you first. Will this conflict define President Trump's legacy?
So, guys, the rapid fire round is really interesting because the other two, they go on and on and on, right? Like the rapid fire round, guys, I've been in debates. I've literally done political debates. I've done like live debates on like national news TV as a politician, right? Like, when it comes to debating, no one can out-debate me. And I know like when to speak and give like a long explanation. I also know when to be concise. I also know when to like be punchy and when to go on and on, when to interrupt, like all this stuff, right? So, guys, what you're seeing here is basically like when this interview started. And then VJ, like the communist, when he attacked me right away, I was like, all right, okay, so we're going in politician debate mode. And then as you see, guys, the rest is history. But let's get to the rapid fire round because this is a really funny part. It immediately loses my respect. I mean, everyone knows where Tucker Carlson's loyalties lie. Just follow the money.
All right, before we wrap up, a very rapid fire round to all of you. If I can get a brief response. Vijay, to you first. Will this conflict define President Trump's legacy? Oh, we've lost you.
It's hard to say if this will define his legacy because he's so mercurial. We have no idea what he'll do in the remaining 2 years. So I think as of now, this is, of course, a very important part of what he's been up to. And I think if the United States, as I believe, is going to retreat from this war, it'll certainly be the defining feature of the presidency, unless he does something absolutely crazy in the next 2 years, which is very likely.
Let's wait and see. Goldie, will this conflict define his presidency?
Yes, I believe so. And I think it's going to define his presidency in a very positive way.
Tobias, round us out.
It will, but it isn't just that. It's wider foreign policy as well. You know, he's now befriended President Putin. He's gone against the rest of Europe in trying to support Ukraine. And when you link all these things together, he's taken America, as I've alluded, as I mentioned, into a very, very different place. And I think that's the legacy, which means it won't click back to where it was before, but that's the legacy as to where he's taken America. America and Europe are no longer on the same page. Our adversaries are starting to rally together, Iran, China, and Russia, and our world is splintering. And it's very dangerous to have an American president not wishing or wanting to uphold the international rules-based order, the very order that America helped create back in 1945-46.
We will leave it there. It's been wonderful to have such a diverse range of opinions. Tobias Ellwood, former British Middle East Minister, thank you for being here. Goldie Ghamari, political analyst and host of The Goldie Show on YouTube, thanks so much for your contribution. And Vijay Prashad, historian and executive director of Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, thank you so much for your thoughts. It's great to have you all on Counterpoints.
Wow. What did you think of that? Do you see like the kind of like jihadi nonsense I deal with on a daily basis? And yeah, that was, guys, I have a feeling that I'm not going to be reinvited back to Counterpoint, if ever, because of the fact that I was like openly defending Israel, right, on Saudi Arabian TV. But, you know, it was worth it. It was worth it, right? Guys, go big or go home. But there you go, right? But you know, at the end, my short answer, right? So this is part of the debate tactics and the strategy of like debating or whatever the case may be. There's a time, you know, for a long explanation, and then there's a time for something short and punchy. And I guarantee that anyone who's going to watch like the final, you know, few minutes with the rapid round, like the communist guy, like he just went on and on and on, right? And then the British guy, he just went on and on and on and on. But my answer was very short and very punchy. It was just like, yes, this is going to be his legacy, and it's going to be in a positive way, right? That's it. That's it. Nothing else needs to be said. So Americans, I hope I did you guys proud, even though I'm not an American citizen. I hope I did you guys proud. Israelis, I hope I did you guys proud by defending you, because when the communist person, he was like, this is a clown show. She has the flag of Israel in her background. And I'm like, yeah, I do. I support Israel. What's wrong with Israel, right? I just called him out on that on Saudi Arabian TV. There you go. Okay, guys. So I hope that this has been an informative episode of Iran Revolution Live. I didn't speak too much about internal Iran news, but I thought it was really important to share this interview on this panel that I had, because it really exposes a lot of the propaganda that we Iranians are dealing with, right? I mean, as you can see, none of the other two panelists ever spoke about the fact that the Iranian people are being murdered by the Islamic regime, right? No one ever spoke about the January massacre. No one ever spoke about the fact that Iranians are being hanged, right? Like all they did is the entire time they're just literally blaming America and Israel. And I'm sitting there and I'm like what reality are we in right now, right? But the reason I shared this with all of you is because this now, I hope this gives you a better understanding of the fight that we Iranians have had, right? Like we're literally fighting this globalist, communist, woke, progressive leftist narrative, right? Where all of these people, right, they're attacking the United States and Israel, but they're not attacking the Islamic regime. Guys, not once in that entire interview did either of the other two panelists condemn the Islamic regime for murdering and oppressing the Iranian people. Not once. And shame on them, right? And they didn't like the fact that I was there unapologetically calling them out and unapologetically supporting the United States and Israel, right? But there you go. This is the fight. But anyways, guys, I want to thank all of you for tuning in. Okay, let me go to your question. Sorry, I will go to your super chats, guys. I forgot. I will go to super chats. And I will be back in a couple of hours for tonight's evening edition of the Goldie Show for my geopolitical analysis. I will probably include maybe some, breaking Iran news in there as well, just because this it took quite a while to go over that panel discussion, didn't it? But I mean, for good reason, right? Raf Sanjani shark reminder. Okay, push-ups. I have not forgotten. So let me pull this up. Okay, so this is Raf Sanjani. Okay, so a little bit of a backstory. So last night, my sister, she has a YouTube channel called The Ghamari Report. So let me just pull that up for you guys, okay, really quickly. So this is The Ghamari Report. Her channel is purely science, right? Like she doesn't get involved publicly in politics or anything like that. But she has a YouTube channel because she is an aerospace engineering professional. She's very passionate about science. Many of you have also, seen her and spoken with her in my live stream chats. She's fantastic. Anyway, so she had a live stream last night all about sharks, and it was very, very cool. And, so guys, every Sunday evening, I and many people on my channel, we take an optional class field trip to the Ghamari Report to learn about science, because, it's important to get a break, right? Like, if we're always focusing on doom and gloom and like all the Durkas and the jihad and stuff like that, like it gets to you, right? So I really enjoy, on Sunday evenings, I go to my sister's channel, and, I'm like a guest host there, and we basically talk about science. So last night, it was all about sharks and Shark Week. And Push-Ups asked about Rafsanjani. So, and Push-Ups basically asked, like, why is Rafsanjani called a shark? So this is Rafsanjani. He is a Durka. And I don't know if he's on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet, guys, because he was Aladdined by the Islamic regime quite a while ago. Let me see if I can find him on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. I don't think he's there, because the Boom Boom Bingo sheet is more updated. But Raf Sanjani's not on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet because he was Aladdined, right? A few years ago. So let me pull up who Raf Sanjani is, okay? So Raf Sanjani supposedly, allegedly, drowned in a swimming pool, okay? He drowned in a swimming pool the same way that like people in Russia who oppose Putin, they just randomly fall out of buildings, right? So you know how people who oppose Putin just randomly fall out a window? Yeah. So in Iran, people will randomly drown in a swimming pool, or randomly be involved in a gas leak or something, right? So what's really funny about Rafsanjani, drowning in a swimming pool. By the way, this is actually hilarious because he is a Muslim Nazi, and we are allowed to laugh at Muslim Nazis and terrorists, right? Because this is, again, someone who is responsible for the murder of tens of thousands of Iranians. So the only good Durka is a dead Durka. So what's really funny about this is that Rafsanjani, I guess, he wasn't able to grow a proper beard, right? So you can see the guy's literally a Durka, but he's not able to grow a beard. Ew, like I can't even believe I'm zooming up on his gross face. Look at that, right? So he can't grow a proper beard even though he's a Durka. And keep in mind, all of the turban heads, they grow beards, right? So if we go to our boom boom bingo sheet, right, literally everyone who has a turban has a beard, right? So beard, right? Like Risho Sibil Daran. So and then of course, there you go. So right, like so beard, right? You go to the Assembly of Experts, right? They all have beards and whatever. Let's find some other turban heads. This one's dead. He had a beard, right? So guys, literally, I mean, just look at the boom boom bingo sheet. Look at the boom boom bingo sheet. Anyone who's like a turban head, they have a beard. Okay, they got the Risho Sibi. Okay, it's literally like a thing. It's a thing. So here, even this one, right? Like this one, that one who's dead. Right? So every single turban head, right? And you guys can go and you guys can check the boom boom bingo sheet yourself, but every single turban head has a beard, right? They have the facial hair and the beard. Rafsanjani, look at his face. Ew, I'm zooming in. Guys, don't blame me for the torture. You can blame push-ups for this. This is push-ups' fault. Anyway, so Rafsanjani, khabar margish, he was not able to grow a beard, right? He tried. This is as much as he could do. Okay, so for Rafsanjani, this is as much as he could grow for his like Durka jihadi beard. And so Iranians, we have a nickname for those like Durkas, those Durka mullahs who can't grow a beard. We call them kuse. And kuse is the Iranian word for shark. So there you go, guys. Another Iranian word. Okay. So kuse means shark. So because Rafsanjani couldn't grow a beard, and guys, by the way, this nickname, this didn't even necessarily come from like the Iranian people who hate the Islamic regime. This nickname came from the other Durkas, right? The other Durkas were making fun of him because he couldn't grow a beard. So they were calling him kuse. And kuse means shark. Okay? So yeah, it's kuse, right? Kuse. Anyways, so his nickname was the shark because he couldn't grow facial hair. And the other Durkas were like, haha, you can't grow facial hair, so you're like a shark, right? Because you know how sharks have very smooth skin. Although guys, we learned last night on Rose's channel that sharks only have smooth skin one way. If you pet a shark the wrong way, your hand will bleed, right? Because sharks have something called denticles. But yeah, so guys, the other Durkas, they bullied him like schoolgirls because again, like all these people, they're very low IQ. right? They're very low IQ, low culture, low ideology, whatever the case might be. So there you go, push-ups. That's the story behind why Iranians call Rafsanjani the shark. It's because he couldn't grow a Durka beard, and then the other Durkas were making fun of him. And then what's even funnier about the whole situation is that, again, he supposedly drowned in a swimming pool accident, right? Again, take that for what it's worth. But yeah, he supposedly drowned in a swimming pool. We all know the Islamic regime murdered him. And the reason that Khamenei, so remember, this is Khamenei Khabar Margesh. So this dead Durka murdered Rafsanjani and then, claimed it was a swimming accident because Rafsanjani posed a threat to his authority, right? So remember, this is like the game of Durka, but this is like historical game of Durka, right? Guys, the game of Durka has been going on for a very long time. The Durkas have been infighting and murdering each other for quite a while. You guys just haven't really heard about it because it didn't really make it to mainstream media. But yeah, so guys, this is like game of Durka lore. So, think of like, you know what? This is like the perfect example. So you know how there's like the Game of Thrones, right? And the Game of Thrones is like the modern day, Game of Thrones. But then you also have House of the Dragon, right? So there's the Game of Thrones TV series, which is like the modern day Game of Thrones. But then you have House of the Dragon, which is like the historical Game of Thrones, right? So this is pretty much that. So right now we have the Game of Durka, but now that you guys have learned about Rafsanjani, that's essentially like, House of the Durka, right? So Rafsanjani and the fact that Rafsanjani was drowned in a swimming pool, that's part of like the ancient historic lore, which would be considered like House of the Durka. Okay, so that's like the difference. Game of Thrones versus House of the Dragon. Game of Durka versus House of the Durka. So that's some historic lore for you guys. Push-ups, what is the best place to email you about this, guys? So guys, if you want to get a hold of me, it's info@ghamari.com. My email address, it's available on all my accounts, on my YouTube channel, on Instagram, X, anywhere you go, like you can find it, info@ghamari.com. So yeah, you can definitely email me there. And I have my team who goes through all of my emails. Hezi says, they embrace the non-life. Actually, let me just fix my, there we go. Hezi says, they embrace the non-life and its carrier agent carbon monoxide. Yeah, so Hezi's referring to the Shahid or the Shahid drone video, right? Like the Mexican mariachi drone video, which is incredibly weird. But no, I agree. Like they're literally like just blasting drones in like a closed airspace, and they're not even concerned about carbon monoxide poisoning. It's wild. 40 winks. Precision strikes are exhausted and incapable of destroying IRGC governance. So carpet bombing is the solution. Trump is neither Putin nor Zelensky. Pahlavi wouldn't kill Khomeini, and sought alternatives. Is Trump less moral? I'm not sure what you're referring to, 40 winks. Like I actually disagree with everything you're saying here. Like what do you actually think? Okay, wait. What do you actually think carpet bombing means? Because I don't think you know what carpet bombing means. Like, do you think that carpet bombing means that the United States is going to like bomb cities? Because that's not what carpet bombing means. Do you guys know? Okay, so okay, let me guys give you a little quick lesson in what carpet bombing means. Okay, because I don't know, 40 winks, if you've just been confused by like leftist narrative or something. But I mean, that was a bit of a strange comment. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but guys, like carpet bombing is a legitimate military strategy, okay? Like carpet bombing is not inherently a bad thing. Carpet bombing is a military tactic that involves dropping a massive number of unguided bombs across a wide area to completely destroy everything within it. Okay, so also known as saturation or blanket bombing, the name comes from the idea that explosions over the ground, just like a carpet, covers a floor. So, I mean, guys, if there is an area that is completely occupied by the IRGC, why wouldn't the United States just destroy everything that's there? Okay, no one has ever talked about carpet bombing residential or civilian areas. That's not a thing, right? But you have to be very careful, because remember, even in that interview that I had today, right, like that communist panelist, he was like, I'm very afraid that America is going to nuke Tehran. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, really? So this is one of the like tactics of the woke left and the communists and the Antifas, right? They will constantly promote this narrative of, oh, America's gonna nuke Tehran. When did President Trump ever say that they're going to nuke Tehran, right? Or when did President Trump ever say that they're going to carpet bomb civilian areas? Carpet bomb is a legitimate military strategy, right? That works in certain instances and certain situations. So I personally, right, like if the United States or Israel, if they're going after the IRGC and there's like a specific area that is only for the IRGC and there are no civilians there, yes, I want the United States and Israel to completely destroy that entire IRGC base. Go for it. Destroy them all, right? There's nothing wrong with that. So, I mean, your comment was I don't know. I don't understand it. President Trump is certainly not less moral. I mean, America is one of the most moral armies, right? I would say only Israel is, comparable to the United States when it comes to military strategy. And keep in mind, the number of civilian casualties so far has been much, much less than the 54,000 innocent unarmed Iranians that were murdered by the Islamic regime back on January 8 and 9. So, I mean, it's really important to understand words and what they mean, right? Because it's kind of like how the Durkas and the jihadis, and anyone who's Jewish or from Israel, you guys will understand this example, right? It's kind of like how the Palestinians are like, oh, Israel is genociding us. Israel's genociding us, right? Like they've taken the word genocide, right? And remember, the word genocide was created specifically because of what Hitler did to the Jewish people in World War II, right? So the word genocide was created to describe what Hitler did to the Jewish people, because at that point there was no word to properly describe what was going on. Okay? But now the Palestinians have taken this word genocide and they've totally changed the definition, changed the meaning, and literally, so after Hamas, right, engaged in their terrorist genocidal attack on Israel on October 7, Israel responded, and rightly so. And then everyone's like, oh, Israel's genociding the Palestinians. Really, is that why their population has increased? Is that why they're anyways, I don't want to get into that, but another example of that. So, yeah, there you go. Like if the United States is going to destroy an entire area that belongs to the IRGC, yeah, go for it. 100%. Why not? Why not? If that's what it takes. Remember, the Islamic regime is murdering us Iranians. So keep that in mind. But do not make the mistake of falling for the leftist narrative or the leftist media, right? Whenever someone uses a word and you're not quite sure what that word means, go check it out on Google, right? Use Google, ChatGPT, whatever, and not just one source. Use various sources so that you have multiple perspectives, because the communists and the woke left and the jihadis, they're banking on you not bothering to look into the definition and meaning of words, right? It's like the whole thing with the Geneva Conventions when it comes to, Islamic terrorists using civilians as human shields, right? Like they're always like, oh no, United States is bombing schools. Well, that's because the school was being used as a military base. And according to the Geneva Conventions, right, residential areas lose their civilian status when they're being used for military purposes, right? So there's always a logic to everything that's going on here. So I just wanted to point that out. Stephen Riley says, you can't fix stupid. No, you can't. I was literally today, I was surrounded by Tweedledee and Tweedledum, right? And I was just sitting there like, what am I dealing with right now? But it was wild. John Diamond, you were double teamed and pulled a knockout. You did it. Yeah, guys, it's kind of like WWF, right? Or I guess it's called WWE now. But yeah, it was like one of those like WWF, like a cage match where it was like me on one side and there was like a tag team on the other side. And they were like hitting me from both sides. And I was just like, nope, I'm not having any of this. And I was just like, pow, pow. Anyways, yeah, I dealt with them. Listen, they had nothing to say. That's why they were attacking me personally instead of attacking my arguments. Like, if you recall, never once, not a single time did either of them actually, not a single time did either of them actually like refute what I was saying or counter what I'm saying with facts, because they had nothing. They had nothing. Romeo says, this is only the second time. If given UN Promethean action, keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate that. Red Dragon Videos, love the passion. Thank you so much. Skies on High, they are both bumbling idiots. Yeah, they are. Oh my gosh. Oh, Christian Evan Christensen, you good? You think the regime end by Artish coup? It may very well. It may very well be that way. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm feeling very positive about the future. So guys, I just wanted to thank all of you for joining me for today's edition of Iran Revolution Live. Let me just get my outro video ready. Sorry guys. Remember at the beginning, I was having technical difficulties at the beginning of today's live stream, so I had to like go and come back. But I wanted to thank you all for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed going through that absolutely insane. It was like the Saudi Arabian version of like Piers Morgan. Those of you who didn't catch it from the beginning, go and catch it from the beginning, because absolutely wild. And that's why I decided to wear my Iran hat and flag today, because I was like, guys, I just need a little bit of extra love, right? And just be a proud patriot. So there you go, guys. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, get a bit of an update on the news, get something to eat, rest my voice for a little bit, because I've been speaking for 4 hours straight. Actually longer than that, because I also had the panel before that and then a Newsmax interview before that. So, I do have to rest my voice a little bit, but I will be back later tonight with tonight's evening edition of The Goldie Show. So make sure that you have your notifications turned on, like and subscribe, and I will see all of you guys very soon. As always, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America, Javid Shah, and Payande Iran. I'll see all of you guys later tonight.
غرق انقلاب است.
کسی دگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و باماش و همگاه تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی میان آباد تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان
Wait, guys, do you guys want to know? Oh my gosh, it was a hot mic. It was a hot mic. Guys, I don't even care. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'm trying to figure out a response. No. So listen, I'm more than happy to share this. Guys, this is so funny. So I got a message from the producer, right? Or like from the producer of that show. And they basically said, thank you for organizing Goldie for joining. We'll go out in full tomorrow around this time, and I'll share a link as soon as I have it. One note, I feel bad. It turned slightly 2 versus 1 against Goldie, but that wasn't my intention. I thought Tobias would have played a more neutral role, given he is by no means pro-Iran, but he's also not pro-Trump. So my apologies to Goldie for that, and hope it won't put her off joining in future. She was excellent. This is from the producers at Al Arabiya. Guys, this is why I was also like, let's not go after the news network, right? And then the producer says, my colleagues on the Arabic channel also asked for your email as they'd like to organize a one-to-one interview with Goldie. Are you happy with me to share with them? Thanks once again. So anyways, I was doing like a voice note, which is why it was like a hot mic. So guys, maybe you can give me some advice on how to respond, because I'm trying to figure out the best way to respond. And basically, like, so I was responding back to the person on my team who helps me out with like my emails and like books all my media stuff. So I basically was like, I was like using my mic thing or whatever, which is where like the voice notes, which is what you guys caught. And I'm trying to figure out like how to say, like, you should tell them that it was definitely an unfair fight, but not because it was 2 versus 1, but because I was embarrassing both of them and putting them in their place. And next time, if they want to do a panel like this, the other side should bring more backup so they can handle dealing with an Iranian woman and, you know, former politician who knows her stuff. So that was basically the hot mic. So there you go, guys. There you go. I'm spilling the tea. Anyway, so they want me on their Arabic channel, but like a 1-for-1. But yeah, no, there you go. So I don't feel honestly, like I feel bad for the producers, right? The producers are like, oh no, Goldie's upset. No, guys, I was not upset. Like, I felt bad for the other side because it was like 2 versus 1. But honestly, I felt like an adult going into like a fight with like kindergartners, right? Like that's what it felt like. I felt like I was like, I can't even like go hard on these people because that's like it's an unfair fight, right? Like I could have one fist behind my back and I could be blindfolded and I would still like beat up the 2 of them if this was like a world, you know, WWE fight or something. So there you go. That's the hot mic drama. Anyway, for those of you who stuck around, that's the hot mic. So should I do it? Should I agree? I mean, I kind of feel bad for the producers because the producers, yeah, I guess they thought the second guy would be more neutral, but as you can tell, it was literally like a 2-on-1. But I actually felt bad for the other 2. I felt like I was beating them up too much. That's why I actually had to hold back. So, all right, okay. There you go. All right, guys. So that's basically the hot mic situation there, right? Where I'm just like, I mean, all right, okay. I'll think about it. And yeah, this is what I mean. Like, we don't go after the producers. We don't go after the news anchor. Like, she was fantastic. But yeah, guys, it definitely was not a fair fight because those 2 idiots, they didn't know who they were up against or who they were dealing with, right? So I agree. It wasn't a fair fight, but not for me. It was an unfair fight for them because they needed more backup. And they didn't have it. Anyways, guys, there you go. I'll see all of you guys later tonight for the Goldie show. Until then, we'll continue with the song. And now you have the tea for the hot mic situation. Yeah, because I'm literally just checking my messages now. Anyway, see you guys soon.
نه کیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رسمان ایران ما با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش